Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision. Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision.
And shalom aleichem to each and every one of you. So glad to have you and be with you today. It is a joy to sit with you in Shabbat and talk about the goodness of who Yahweh, our Elohim, is, what he's all about, and what he does in, for, and through our very lives. To you, I pray that you are enjoying yourselves in his presence, as always should be done, and allowing yourselves to embrace all things that come from him, because he's everything and everything is him. And that is Yahweh, our Elohim, Adonai, our Elohim, Ruach HaKodesh, our Elohim, and he is one. This seventh day of this week is the day Yahweh, our Elohim, made. This is the day I will to rejoice, meaning I will to be re-strengthened from everything the last 6 days has depleted me of and weakened me through. This is that day Yahweh has made. It is my will to rejoice, to be re-strengthened. It is my will to be thereby glad. I got the glads. I made it to another seventh day. If I've got to live in this earth, I need the seventh day to help me manage and navigate all that goes on within it. 6 days shall a man work, but on and in the seventh day that Yahweh made, shall he or she rest. This is that day. It's not a Monday. It's not a Tuesday. It's not a Sunday. It's not a revival day. It is the seventh day. The only day that the creator of heaven and earth and all that dwell within it have to come back to him and be refreshed. Because there was a plan before there was a man. As a matter of fact, the earth and all of its existence was, per Torah and our Bible, man was the secondary thought. The earth and all it has going on was the intended will of the Father. Then he said, I don't have a manager on this third rock from the sun to do what I need done. Now that I've made the gardens, now that I've made the Shemayim, the heavens, now that I've made this Eretz, now that I've made this Adoma, now that I've made and measured out the seas, and the rivers and the deltas and the oceans and the lakes. Now that I have the birds chirping in the trees, now that I've told the fish they have these boundaries, and I put the baboon, yes, and the rhino, and the Bengal, yes, the duck-billed platypus. Now that I've put all of those items next to the sycamore tree and the wheat and the barley, the kumquats, the dates, the plums, the corn, I need something to manage all of this. Let us make man in our image, the way we are. We, Elohim, the Yahweh, Adonai, Ruach HaKodesh, who are one. We have dominion over all that we've made. Let's make a human in our image, with our dominance, with our domain proclivities. Let's make man in our image and in our likeness, and leave him, humanity, to have dominion over the Adoma. So much so that we'll name the human after the Adoma, the part of the Eretz that brings forth harvest and brings forth the creatures that I've made, the serpent and the reptiles and all those beautiful things, and all the fruit and the vegetation, the watermelon, the honeydew, all the beautiful tomatoes and rice. Yes, let man till my ground. So man, humanity, was a secondary thought to Elohim's initial plan. We became managers. Everything was made for us. So in a way, I understand how we can feel entitled many a times and feel as if we are entitled because we came in basically with everything prepared for us. As a matter of fact, the Bible declares in the book of Bereshit, which is Hebrew for Genesis, that Elohim placed man, after he made man, eastward. He put a garden, and then he put man in that garden and told man, till the ground. Humanity was designed to be a horticulturalist, an agriculturalist. That's the job of humanity from creation. If the Torah is correct, I tend to believe it is. Many others do. If you're a Christian, you believe the Bible. The Bible contains the Torah, which is your history of humanity. That's all the Bible is. Right. The history of humanity. So when Elohim made the human, he put him in the garden, gave him the job, created him specifically for the job of horticulturalist, agriculturalist. And then man got beside himself and decided to do things outside of that scope, which may be relative, but he needed guidance. And he ended up eating the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Upon doing so, man was exposed to things he wasn't mature enough to handle at that point. And now you have the society and worlds you and I live in today, and the historicity of humanity denotes such. But when we were made to till his ground. We were put in a Garden of Eden that had everything. Some say it's a metaphorical, some say it is literal. I believe it is both. And therefore, you and I have visions of grandeur. We have real-time procurements of practical matter. And everything that Elohim would for us to know is found inside of the Bible, which contains the word of Elohim. And for you and for me, all things are important to understand, particularly when we read. So reading the writ is an important process. And today is the day we were supposed to read the writ. Did you know that the reason the seventh day exists is that Yahweh, the Creator, wants us to know his plan for why he made us. I found it absolutely stunning. It blew my mind to know that Jeremiah 29 was not just a prophecy to make you and I feel good inside of church because we lost our job or somebody got sick or somebody passed away or there was a calamity with war in another nation and we said, God knows his plan concerning you. Plans are good and not evil. Plans to give you an expected end. Ooh, receive it. Shabba-ba-ba-ba. That wasn't what Jeremiah 29:11 was about. It was to remind us that since the beginning, Elohim has always had a plan for mankind. And Sabbath is the day we sit with him to ascertain that information. That's why this, the seventh day, is the day of all days that Yahweh made. Let me take you to the writ so we can show you what some of that looks like. I'll share my Bible with many of you, and we'll begin to talk about that just as an introduction, and then I'm going to answer a question that was from a prior study we had this morning, afternoonish, in my world. And I want to go answer that question immediately after I share this with you so you understand why the Sabbath is so important and that the Sabbath could not be what we've made it out to be. It has to be what the word says it is. So remember that Yahweh created the heavens and the earth. I'm going to skim through verses 1 through the end of this chapter. Verse 1, beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Verse 2, the earth was without form, it was void, darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, moved upon the face of the waters. Elohim said, let there be light. Verse 4, Elohim saw the light, it was good. Verse 5, Elohim called the light day and called the darkness night. Verse 6, Elohim said, let the firmament in the midst of the waters be divided, the waters from the waters. Verse 7, and Elohim made the firmament. Verse 9, Elohim called the firmament heaven. Verse 9, that was 8, verse 9, Elohim said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place. Let the dry land appear, and let it be so. Verse 10, Elohim called the dry land earth, and then he called the gathering together of the waters seas. He saw it was good. Verse number 11, then Elohim said, let the earth bring forth. I love this part. He said, let the earth bring forth. I love this part. He said, let the earth bring forth. This is so good to me. Let the earth bring forth. Did y'all hear that? Let the earth bring forth. That means that something was here prior to you and me. Let the earth bring forth. This is so beautiful. Let the earth bring forth.
Amen.
Y'all didn't catch that? Let me keep moving because I'm not here to stay for that. So he said, verse 11, let the earth bring forth. Verse 12, and the earth brought forth. Verse 13, and the evening and the morning were the third day. Verse 14, Elohim then said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from night. Verse 15, let them be lights for the firmament of heaven that they might give light upon the earth. Verse 16, Elohim made the two great lights, the greater light to rule by day, the lesser light to rule by night. And then he made the stars also. Verse 17, Elohim set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. Verse 18, to rule over day and to rule over night. And he kept light from darkness. Verse 19, the evening and the morning were day 4. Verse 20, Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly. Verse 21, and Elohim created the great whale and every living creature that moves in the waters. Verse 22, Elohim blessed the elements that moved in the water. He told them, be fruitful, multiply, fill the waters in the seas. Let the birds, the fowl, the winged creatures, let them, though I made them in the waters, let them multiply in the earth. Verse 23, and the evening and the morning were day 5. Verse 24, Elohim then said, let the earth, let the dirt, let the Adamah bring forth the living creatures. Notice he didn't make them right then. He said, y'all come on out of what you've been hidden in. I like that part. It amazes me every time. He said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind, all the cattle that I made back in verse 1, all the creeping things, all the beasts of the earth, let them bring them forth. Verse 25, Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, the cattle after their kind, every living creeping thing upon the earth after its kind. Elohim saw it was good. Verse 26, and then Elohim said, here it is, watch, let us make man. Let us make man. No, not male. Let us make man. I love this part. Let us make Adam. That's what it's called. Look over to the right of your screen if you're looking with me on my on the television prompters and on your screens. Look to the left to the right of your screen, and that word is the Hebrew word Adam. It is the Hebrew word H120. It is the word Adam, which is in fact what we are made from, right? It is the ruddy, i.e., a human being, an individual or species called mankind. Interesting. All right. Now, this is what he did. He says, let us make human beings in our image, after our likeness, and let the Adam have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Now, this is the dirt, the part that brings forth the creeping things. And then certain parts of the waters he gave mankind dominion over. He said the fish, not the whales, not the octopus, not the shellfish, not the shrimp, not the lobster. He said, let man have dominion over the fish. I made schools of fish like I made schools of birds, and the schools of fish, let them have dominion, let man have dominion over them. They'll eat them. Then give them the fouled elements of the air. I'll let them fly in the air. They are made from the water, but they're going to live on earth, and man can have dominion over them, as well as the creatures that came from the Adamah that I made the man from. So verse 26 is really deep. He then says, over all the cattle and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. Now go to verse number 27. So Elohim created man. He created the human. He created you and me. He created Adam. He created masculinity and femininity and put them in a pulchritude that he called Adam. Verse 27, he created Adam in his image. In the image of Elohim, created he him. He created them this way, both male and female. He created them. So Elohim then blessed them. Elohim said unto them. Now notice he's speaking in duality, in plurality. He said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, subdue it, have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over every living thing that moves upon the Adamah, upon the earth. So Elohim then said, behold, I've given you the herbs, I've given you the trees, I've given them things to you for meat. I've also given them to every beast of the earth. Verse 30, all the fowl of the air are going to eat that now. Fowl, you guys are not going to just eat out of the waters. You birds and winged creatures can eat from the earth as well. All the creeping things, these herbs are made for you for meat, for health of your body. Verse 31, Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, everything that he had made was very good. The evening and the morning were day number 6. Now we move to chapter number 2 of the book of Bereshit, and chapter number 2 makes the statement, therefore, or thus, the heavens and the earth, Well, they were finished, and all the host of them. Verse 2. And on day 7, Elohim ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all of his work which he had made. Elohim then blessed the 7th day. Now, if you notice, Elohim blessed the fish and the creatures of the sea in day 5. Elohim also blessed the creatures and the human he made in day 6. But if you pay attention to chapter 2, verse 2, verse 3, Elohim blessed the whole day of the 7th day, and he sanctified the day of the 7th day, because in that day he himself rested from all of his work which he had created and he had made. So when we talk about this is the day, and we say it's on Sunday, or we say it's on Tuesday, or we say it's the day of our planned revival or church convention, we do disrespect to Elohim's day he made and blessed. Oh, he did make day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But day 7 is the only day he blessed that 24-hour period of time. Day 5 was 24 hours. Day 6 was 24 hours. Day 4, day 3, day 2, day 1, 24 hours. But he doesn't bless those days. He blessed on day 5 and day 6 the entities he made on that day, but he didn't bless the day. See, that's why day 7 shouldn't be played with, because the day is blessed. Some of y'all this day old before you realize that, right? That's why David sung the song. This is the day that Yahweh has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. This is that day that Yahweh has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is that day. This is that day that Yahweh has made for humanity to understand why he was made, why she was made. And you're not going to get it by him coming down and just speaking oratorically in your head out loud with this ominous voice. VW, you're going to walk 5 meters to the left. You're going to bend over exactly 12 seconds after that. And you're going to see a big blue diamond. You're going to pull that up and you're going to go 15 paces to the next bank. And that's not how it works. It comes from discernment. It comes from understanding. It comes from knowing his MO and the Torah for the human to understand historically how Elohim had given intention, and the ability fulfilling the intentions is why you read your Bible. It's not to play all these games and shenanigans and prophesying and acting like you super duper spiritual. It's to know the plan that Elohim put in the earth for humanity. And you learn that by sitting with Elohim in a day he has literally designed for him and Adam, me and you, to rest with him and let him tell us the story. Yeah, I find that literally amazing. I find that so literally attractive. There is no other way around it for me, that I can see that Elohim has not done great and marvelous and magnanimous things for us. So I want you guys to keep this in your head as we move forward in the remainder of our study today. Sabbath is the only day Yahweh named. Your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Yahweh didn't name any of those. He named what you and I know as Friday at sundown, until Saturday at sundown. That is day 7. That is the 24-hour period of time Yahweh wants humanity, who he made and gave dominion. He wants man to come and sit with him on his couch, on his chaise lounge, on your master bed in the intimate place where he can impregnate us with his word, therefore produce offspring that will fulfill the will that we've learned. He wants to implant his word in us, dirt, like a farmer would plant an apple seed in dirt, so that the apple seed germinates, gestates, and is incubated by the earth to bring forth a tree that will give us what we got this seed for: more apples. That's just one seed from an apple that holds maybe 9, 7, 11 seed. But that apple that holds 9, 7, 11 seeds comes from a tree that holds how many hundreds per picking in perpetuity. And this is what humanity was supposed to do. But we got caught up making our own concrete gardens as opposed to his organic gardens. And that's why Sabbath is so important to Elohim. Look at the verse. Look at what he says. It's been sitting in front of us the entire time. Look at verse number 2. I love it. The 7th day, Elohim ended all of his work. He rested on that day. Verse 3, Elohim then blessed that 7th day. And I'm going to tell you how important that is. Because when Elohim made the 7th day, he blessed the 7th day so you and I could sleep in him. I see you, Leslie's Lessons Learned. You're right on track. Wow. She wrote, he put Adam to sleep on the 7th day, a day of rest. It is so important. We have to understand the value of rest. We live in worlds where we have cities like Milan, New York, oh my God, some of the major cities, London, Hong Kong, Singapore, Vietnam. The name is on my head. It's in Vietnam, the major city of Vietnam. So many others. Anywho, but we have these cities that say you can't sleep. New York is a city that doesn't sleep. Many other cities, Las Vegas in America, and Atlantic City in America, they just don't sleep, and you keep going, and you never know your purpose, but you're like a gerbil on a wheel. You're like a hamster on a wheel, and you're just using your energy, but you're going nowhere. You're making actions, you're getting cardio, you're eating, you're drinking, but you're going nowhere effectively, and you're going nowhere fast. Torah gets us off that wheel, out of that box created to contain our energies and entertain an entity that is anti-Elohim's progress. And so when you and I understand that the 7th day that Yahweh made is designed to help us understand Yah's way, Elohim's way. And from there, we now can say, like David, your word, that's what you read in the Sabbath, the Torah. Your word is a lamp unto my feet. Your word is a light unto my pathway. I mean, when you slow it down, it makes so much sense. But what Elohim did to Adam in day 7 is what blows my mind, and apparently Prophetess Leslie's mind as well, is that Yahweh put Adam to sleep in the 7th day. Can I really bless y'all's socks off with this one? Yahweh put Adam to sleep in the 7th day so he could pull out of Adam what would aid him along the way. I want you to know this, and I had to learn it too. And sometimes with the buffet of information and things that are coming at us every day, we can forget it so easily. But those who are in IT make this a quote. When Elohim put Adam to sleep, it was to pull out of him what was in him so that he could complete the task given him. He can't pull it out of you while you're running around and busy and doing all these things. But in a day that he's created for that operation, watch the quote. Everything is already in you to complete the task for you. But you have to rest with him. I need to say it again because nobody moved. I don't see any action. I don't hear any voices. You run around this whole world looking for prophecies. Here is one that literally is real and practical for you. Elohim, through the demonstration of the Sabbath and Adam, the first human, your forefather and mine, he pulled out of Adam what he put into Adam to do the job he gave Adam. See, the seventh day, whether you're male or female, is designed to let the creator of you go into you and pull out of you what will help you do the reason you're in the earth in the first place. But we don't sit with the Father to let him draw out of us what he hid in us. Only the seventh day can pull your Ishai out of you. Only the seventh day can pull your help meet out of you. Oh, you thought I was talking about marriage of man and woman, weren't you? No, this is so much more a parallel of how Elohim empowers you through the course of the day. Did that help anybody? Y'all can talk to me. I know I've vowed to be off of Clubhouse, but people kept telling me to come back, so I'm still here. But you can talk to me and say, I get that, or it hits different, or I was this day old when I learned that. Because everything about the Sabbath day, the enemy keeps you away from. Everything about the Sabbath day, the enemy keeps you on that gerbil wheel. Get this, we've redone and added this flavor to this concept that, you know, we've now made soccer moms, soccer dad, football mom, basketball mom, den mom, club 4-H mom, Boy Scout dad. We done made all these. Oh, watch this next one. Evangelist. For Saturdays, you go out evangelizing the world. We've made all these. Oh, we got to do it only on Saturday. We made all these things happen on Elohim's Sabbath that have literally painted us into a box that makes us that hamster on the wheel. Oh, we got water. Oh, we got a little bit of food, some nuts, and we just keep going. But we're not out of the box that this wheel is in. And as long as we're doing this wheel, we think we're doing something. That is the work of our enemy of faith. Elohim has always wanted you out of that box that we have allowed ourselves to go into, because the wheel has become our religious observance. And religion is about obeying instructions. And we were instructed by evil, which is anti-Elohim, to stay on that wheel, be busy as I say, and do it my way instead of Yah's way. The seventh day is when you come and sit with him, and all those intuitions, all those elements of visualization and creativity that are within our mind, our psyche, and our inner person, he can help now educate them out of us. See, education is not just putting something in you. It's helping you to use what's in you for a significant purpose. It is an educating of who's in you, and only the Sabbath can educate you the way that Yahweh intended. Again, that's why this is the day should never be taken generally, because this is the day Yahweh wants to put you and me to sleep. How many of you wish that after 6 days of working and all the issues that come with it, the headaches, the diagnosis, the terminal diagnosis, the friendship divorces, the ministry failures, the political failures, the societal failures, the civil unrest, and all the things that give you a headache, but because of them, you're stuck on this wheel, running around and around and around, wanting an answer, can't get an answer. You try to lay down, you can't go to sleep, and everything is just running around in your head. And now you're a part of that New York mentality. I'm a city that never sleeps in my mind. And Yahweh says, if you come and sit with me on Sabbath, I will stop that wheel from turning. I will stop that ceiling from shaking and spinning on you and bring you to a place where you can get your bearings as to why I made you.
Yahweh be praised.
That's why the enemy doesn't want you to go to Sabbath. That's why the enemy even uses going to church on Sabbath, that is a seventh day Sabbath, as you pleasing God. And it's not. We go to church on Sabbath is not pleasing of the Father. It is counterproductive to his will for the human. Unless it's a Moedim, like the one coming up June the 11th of this year, Sivan the 6th of the Hebrew calendar year. And that day is what we know as Shavuot. We've labeled it Pentecost. Oh, by the way, so didn't they just have Pentecost Sunday? So how are we doing that? If it's on June the 11th, Sivan the 6th, according to the writ, where we get Pentecost from, how is it that we have Pentecost Sunday already and it hasn't even happened? Oh, probably because it doesn't happen on a Sunday. My bad. I thought you should know. So Sabbath is what draws what Elohim wants out of us, so that what's he put in us by his word, when he breathed into you life, he can draw out of you what he hid in you for life. Wow. And if we pay attention to what happened to Adam in the seventh day, Yahweh, listen, people don't realize this. Yahweh put him to sleep in day 7 so he can draw out what he already created and put in him. Y'all didn't catch that part? Let me take you back to the writ. I'm going to show it to you. It's been there the whole time. We just try to preach Jesus and forgot that Jesus came to do what Adam was supposed to do. Okay, let me go back. No wows? Okay, let me go back. Look at what he says here in the writ.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a wow moment. If you got to rewind it, go ahead and do that later on today. But look at what he says here in chapter 1. Watch this closely. In the passage of Genesis chapter and number 2, Yahweh took this day and he said very clearly, 7th day, Elohim ended from his work, and he rested on the 7th day from all of his work which he made. Elohim then baruched the 7th day. He sanctified it. So when he sanctified that day, look at what he did. Verse 3 says he blessed that day. Look at your right part of your screen. Look to the right of your screen for those of you viewing online. I want you to watch this. Look at the right of your screen. It is the Hebrew word H1288. It is the word barak. Many of you know this. It is the root word that means to kneel down. by implication, to actually bless God as if an act of adoration to him, right? And then vice versa, it means Elohim will bless man as a benefit. So by euphemism, there's also a swing of the pendulum, which means just not blessings, but there could be on the opposite side of the coin a curse, right? That is all a part of Baruch. But you must understand that when he does this, when we kneel down to him in adoration, adulation, he in fact bows down to us to benefit us, meaning to pull out of us what he planted in us. We don't even know what's in us. Somebody say, I don't really know what's in me.
I don't really know what's in me.
And only Yahweh can help you see that in Sabbath. And why? Because Sabbath is the reading of the Torah, and Torah made us. Oh, y'all don't like that phrase, do y'all? Torah ain't make us. Yes, the word did. John 1:1. John tried to tell you that's past Yeshua's day. He says, listen, in the beginning was the word. The word was with Elohim. Why? Because the word was Elohim. Oh, and by the way, there was nothing made that man sees or is that the word did not make. Let me get back to why Sabbath resting is so important, and Yahweh can pull out of you what you need because he put it in you for your need. Watch this next piece. So in Genesis chapter number 2, as we've read, let's move quickly over to Genesis chapter number 3. Now, we're not doing anything weird. We're just going to keep moving. Well, let's go down to Genesis chapter number 2. I'm going to stay in Genesis 2. I'm going to read down to verse number... Let me start at the beginning. First, I'll start at verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when Yahweh made them. I'm going to skim through. Verse 5. Every plant of the field before it grew was in the earth, and every earth of the field before it grew. So Elohim had already done all that. Verse 6. There went up a mist from the earth to water the face of the ground. Verse 7. Yahweh our Elohim, Yahweh our Elohim, Yahweh our Elohim formed man out of the dust of the ground. He breathed into man the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Elohim then planted a garden eastward in Eden. There he put the man, the Adom, whom he had formed. Now, let's talk about the Adom. I want to back up into chapter 2, chapter 1, to talk about what we're finding in chapter 2. Adam, the man, the human. Let's go back to verse 25, chapter 1. Watch this, Genesis 1, 25. Look at this. Pardon me. There we go. Look at what he says here. Verse 26 is what I want. Look at verse 26. This is so interesting to me. And Elohim said, let us, Elohim, make man in our image. Pay attention. Well, we just read this, Apostle. Pay attention. This is education. Watch. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. I'm compelled to do this. I don't know why, but he wants me to help y'all with this education piece. Education is a process. So you learn text, and then life and/or an aid to life, parent, draws the text you memorized in you out of you when circumstances you walk into warrant them. But you wouldn't know to pull them out because you got presented the problem. You don't know that something you were told to learn earlier actually aids in that problem. So though in America, for instance, the school system is called the education system, it's not even half of education, because the school is designed by the civilians and the citizens to cause us to have a place to memorize text, data, information. But in the case of a child who is sent to that school on purpose to memorize calculus, algebra, world history, English, whatever, home economics, whatever it may be, it will become the parent's job, once they have a cache of that information, to extract that data out of that child when life hits them. That's education. So though you've read in Sunday school these stories, now you have a teacher educating out of you that which was deposited on purpose, which may have been fun for the student at the time or not fun for the student at that time. But the parents and the authorities, while that child was young, knew you're going to need it down the road. Welcome to that moment. You're going to need this now that you understand what Sabbath is all about. Pay attention to this next piece. Are y'all ready? So we're here in Genesis chapter number 1, verse 26. Elohim said, let us make man, Adam, in our image and in our likeness. And let man, Adam, have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Verse 27, pay attention, education. So Elohim created man. Look at the word for man. It is the word again, Adam. Hebrew word H120, which means a ruddy human being. It means from the ruddiness of the earth, ruddiness of the eretz, that part that grows and brings forth fruit, vegetation, and sustenance. And it says it is also known as a human, an individual, or of the species mankind. That is us. So Elohim, verse 27, look at verse 27 to the left. And Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him, meaning Elohim created him, man, Adam. But look at how Adam was made. Both male and female were created. And they were both in the one pulchritude of Adam. Now, I need y'all to talk to me because I want everybody to pay attention. Rhythm and cadence helps here. I'm going to reread verse 27, and then I'm going to make a statement again. Elohim created Adam, singular. He made Adam in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he Adam. But look at this. After this semicolon, he explains what Adam was, both male and female. Created he them. That's a plural statement about a singular creation. But what was packaged in that singular creation was what he created, both male and female. So inside of the male, watch this, inside of Adam was the brawn and the physicality of masculinity. But in the womb area was the creative, nurturing incubation of the womb man, and that is the femininity. So watch. The life-giving is the femininity. The protecting, providing, and nurture, that is the masculinity. So inside of Adam was both male and female. I didn't make that up. But we did educate you on it. Because someone put that in your head before. They gave you this, they gave you this data. They gave you this text to quote and recite. Whether it's done rightly or wrongly, you do have it. Now there is the moment of education. So look now closely at this. Pay attention. Verse 27. Let me put Bible back on screen so you can read it. Verse 27. So Elohim created man in his image. He created Adam in his image. In the image of Elohim created he Adam. Male and female created he them. Watch verse 28. Elohim blessed them. He said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, replenish the earth, subdue it, have dominion over the seas, over the fowl of the air. Look at it. Over the fish, over every living thing that moves upon the earth, the Adoma. Elohim then said, I'm giving you these herbs. They're going to be for meat. Verse 30. I'm also letting the beasts of the field eat the same thing you eat. Verse 31. And Elohim saw that it was good, and everything was done. Now, watch. Chapter 2 goes on to say, Elohim finished the earth. Verse 2. Day 7, he stopped working. He ended his work. He ended creating. Right? He made everything. Verse number 3, verse 2 says he rested in the seventh day. Verse 3, he blessed the seventh day, sanctified the seventh day, because that in it he rested. Rests here is a very interesting word. That word is Shabbat. That's why the day is called Sabbath, because it is a day of rest. Every other day is a day of work. There is a commandment that 6 days shall man work. You understand? So now watch this. This is very, very interesting. It's extremely important to comprehend and understand. He says, Elohim blessed the seventh day. He sanctified the seventh day because he rested in it. The word is Shabbat. It means he took a repose. He desists from exertion. He used in most instances, as you see here, implied relations, meaning he celebrated. This is a day that you are supposed to celebrate. This is the day that you stop from working. You keep yourself from that type of servitude towards others. You are now in the care of Elohim. You stop working. You put stuff away. You make yourself to rest in him. You sit still. Take yourself away from everything that keeps you on that hamster's wheel. So verse 3 says, Elohim blessed the seventh day. He sanctified it because that in it he rested from all of his work which he created. Now verse 4, watch this. This is Adam. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth. Verse 5, every plant of the field. Verse 6, there went up a mist out of the ground. Verse 7, Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden. There he put the man who he formed. Now notice this is a singular entity, though it has its plurality. Verse 9, out of the ground Elohim made every tree to grow. Verse 10, there was a river that went out of Eden. Verse 11, the name of it was Pison. Verse 12, there was gold in that land. Verse 13, the name of the second was Gion. Verse 14, the name of the third was Hiddekel. Verse 15, Elohim took the man. He put the man in the garden to dress the garden and to keep it. All of this is day 7, y'all. And Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree in the garden you may freely eat. So he's showing him all the trees of the garden. He's, by implication, showing him every bird of the air. He's, by implication, showing him every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth that comes out of the Adoma, and what the dynamics of this Eretz, this rock, third rock from the sun, is all about. He says, verse 16, Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden you're in you may freely eat, but the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die. Verse 18, watch this. Elohim said, it is not good, watch this, that man should be, your Bible says, alone. The text of original and most of what we see in the Hebrew, they don't talk about it, but it actually says it is not good for man to be all one. There's an L missing. Because as we showed you in Genesis chapter 1, when Elohim made man, he made them male and female in one package. Masculinity, the brawn, femininity, the life-giving, sustaining, and the core of the man. So you have the masculinity and you have the femininity. Now, there's an interesting question on the line. I think I saw it coming from Apicia. We'll address that later on. And yes, Apicia, in not just metaphoric, but in a literal sense, yes, because the child born is the bride of Messiah, though he is the Messiah. And then the son given was the masculine, the creative, the protective, the sufficiency, the provender. So all of that was in Messiah, the second Adam. I'll come back to that later. I got another question to answer from an earlier study. So here is the issue with why we need to pay attention to what Elohim did in the seventh day. Now you're learning all this stuff about Adam and man and woman and all in the same body. Don't get distracted, because this is only to show you the significance of day 7, why you must rest, because you don't know what's in you. Somebody say, I don't know what's in me.
I don't know what's in me. I don't know what's in me.
Watch this. Pay attention to the writ now. Look at the Bible. I didn't make this up. You're reading it for yourself. Verse 18. Elohim said, it is not good for man to be all one. I will make him a helpmeet for him. Now, wait a minute. This is day 7. Elohim has Adam sitting with him, resting in day 7, talking about what Elohim made. Technically, what we do symbolizes that. Yahweh is speaking to his creator, his creation, and telling him what he created and what he intends for his creation to do and what he has dominion over. That's why you and I are supposed to sit down in Sabbath and open Torah, and 24 hours of that day only read the word of Elohim, so he can speak to us. Where it takes you becomes personal. The church is not designed to tell you, we're going to talk about this today and God wants us to know this today. No, you are uniquely you. And when you sit with Torah, he will speak to you in that day from that word in his way. It's too much control going on when we gather into the church on the 7th day. And because we come to say, praise his name, we think we're pleasing him. We really are not. It is the most disrespectful thing we can do. Yahweh wants us still with our families and making his word the preeminent in our homes, so that that word can bring peace and calm to our houses, to our residents, bring the shalom of him into our environments, bring the tranquility, bring the harmony, bring the peace, bring the healing mentally, physically, spiritually, relationally, financially, bring all of the safety and the security, all that is in shalom. All that is in shalom is something that manifests in your home when you sit in Shabbat, and then it dresses you as a force field and a armor. So when you leave your home for your 6 days of work, they're combating against you and contending with the shalom that you're dressed in. What do you think Paul was talking about when he says, be still and know that he has got gird yourself with your loins with truth, put on your feet, shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. What is the good news of shalom? The Torah. Y'all didn't catch that? I'm going to help you. So then he said, put on your breastplate of righteousness. That's the Torah. Put on your helmet of faith. That's Torah. Put on your shield of faith. That's Torah. Put on and hold the sword of the Spirit. Oh, by the way, that's Torah. Remember, he said the sword of the Spirit is the word of Elohim. All of that armor is the word of Elohim. Pause. Catch this. News alert. The word of God is Torah. Your Bible contains it, and it helps you understand the storylines that come after the first 5 books. That's the significance of knowing the difference in what your Bible is as opposed to what your Bible contains, because people think the Bible is the word of God. And I love you to life. It is not. Everything in it is inspired by Elohim. But that inspiration from Joshua to Revelation is inspired by the word of Elohim, which are the first 5 books of the Old Testament. That is the Torah. That is the word of Elohim. And it inspires everything that you see written later. Paul told you the scriptures were written aforetime for our learning. Paul is a person in the Bible. Paul is a contributor to the Bible. So he can't be talking about his writings when he says the scriptures were written. The scriptures were written. The scriptures that I am telling you about, I am now writing about, were written aforetime. So we today, Paul, could learn. So Paul's writings are 2/3 of the New Testament. Clearly, Paul's writing are not the scriptures. Paul's writing about the scriptures. Somebody say I was this day old. Okay.
I was this day old. I was this day old.
So when we understand that, we now go to the scriptures and we understand their sanctification for us, their inspiration for us. That's, you know who else did it? Just so you can have a second reference, because y'all think I'd be tripping sometimes. And I'm not worried about that. But Paul did it. Paul says the scriptures were written aforetime for our learning. Look at what Yeshua did. Yeshua said, the things you see me do, they are my Father's words. He also said, the things you hear me say that make you feel like you blew your mind, they are my Father's words. Oh, let me tell you another time when he said it. He says, I come not to destroy the Torah, nor the prophets who kept reminding you of the Torah. I came to show you how to actually live the Torah. So Yeshua isn't the scriptures.
Amen.
Man, it's just a fact. He came to demonstrate the scriptures. Now, is he the living word? Yes, he is. But was he referencing Psalms and no, he was telling you, I came to do what other prophets have tried to do. And this is where we have to understand. So now, when we read what Yeshua has done, he tells you, the things you see me do, they're my Father's words. The things you see me, the things you hear me say, they're my Father's words. I didn't come to destroy the Torah. Oh, those are my Father's words. I came to show you all, as Israel should have done, how to live, as Levi should have done, how to live the words, because they had the words in the Ark of the Covenant beyond the veil that I'm going to rend when I die, because y'all need to get it for yourselves, because they making y'all pay for it and teaching y'all it their way. And that's how y'all got the halakha. That's why y'all don't know me. So everything Messiah came to do was to point you back to the Torah. And if you saw anything about him, it was how he lived it, how he did it. The way that John the Baptist was trying to tell y'all, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. You're not doing what the Torah says. And that's the thing. So let's get back to Adam, because we got a little bit to talk about in this next portion. So when we realize in chapter number, what chapter am I in here? Chapter 2, verse 18. Elohim said it's not good that man should be all one. Why was that important? Why is this important about the seventh day? Because in the seventh day is when he makes this assessment. I made man one. But Genesis chapter number 1, verse number 26 tells us that Elohim, verse 27 tells us Elohim created man in his own image, in the image of him, in his image, the image of Elohim, created he him, Adam. How did he make Adam? Male and female. That's how he created them. So human was created masculine and feminine. Not an argument for any other alternative lifestyle group to make and hold claims. See, are we confused in body? We don't know which is inside of us, and we don't know who. Elohim did not make any ignorant mistakes as such. When he separated masculinity from the human, he separated femininity from the human. Watch verse number 19 of chapter 2. Look at verse 19, chapter 2. Look what he did when he took femininity out of the human he created, the first human he created. Look at it. Chapter 2, verse number 18. Here I am. Elohim said, it is not good that man should be all one. I will make him a helpmeet for him. Verse 19 goes on to say, out of the ground he formed every beast of the field, every fowl of the air. He brought them unto Adam to see what Adam would call them. Somebody say this is the seventh day, y'all.
This is the seventh day.
So he goes on to say Adam was to tell them, to call them what they were to be. Every creature that was named, that would be the name thereof. I'll read 19 again, just to bring it in clarity. And out of the ground, Yahweh, our Elohim, formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air. And Yahweh brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. So people say, well, Adam made the names up. People say Adam made the names up for the crocodile, the silverback gorilla, the duckbill platypus. No, Adam didn't make the names up. Yahweh made those things and told Adam the name. But in day 7, for Adam to take dominion, Adam was now given this window to proclaim for dominance. This is who you are. I know who you are. This is what your name is, because Elohim has already told him what a name is. Adam has to say it. Say, I live in a voice-activated kingdom. And the activation of Elohim's power is predicated on your knowledge of his inventory for you. So when Elohim brought all the inventory of what Adam had dominion over, he's telling Adam, Adam, this is this. But for Adam to be the one in dominance, he has to speak it for everything else to line up with him. That's why you have to proclaim Elohim's words. So just imagine, can I put this in a context? Some of you might say I'm being subjective with it, but I want to put it to you the best way I can. It's as if just imagine this in your mind. You are Adam. You don't know why you exist. You just woke up and you're here. You don't know what you're doing. Elohim brought you into a day of rest. And then while you're in the day of rest that he blessed, filled it with blessings, just the day, he then makes everything that you now are going to have dominion over come to you and bow down to you. And while they're coming, Elohim is in your ear saying, that's an elephant. You're an elephant. That's a giraffe. You're a giraffe. That's a Bengal. You're a Bengal. Adam has to say this in order for his throne of dominion to actually have effectiveness in the land, because he's new to the land, but he's now the man of the land. And he doesn't even know any of his inventory. That's a sycamore tree. That's a fig tree. That's a kumquat. That's an orange. That's a pear. No, that's an avocado. That's a pear. Well, you'll understand later. That's what's happening in this moment. This is why you got to understand day 7. Elohim wants to speak to you so you can know what's coming at you. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Y'all gonna sit here and act like we ain't said nothing deep right there.
That was deep.
In order for what he created for you to have dominion over, it needs to hear your voice knowing what it is.
That's why we speak his words. Yahweh be praised.
Make that a quote. Go back and rewind that. Make that a quote. You have to know what's coming at you. He is the one who knows. He says in day 7, here, all these issues are going to come. You don't even know. I know that looks scary, but it's not scary. Just know what it is. Here it is. And he's talking to him in his ear so he can speak it out of his mouth. Can I give you another storyline as to why that's so effective and so necessary?
Yes.
Do you remember in the days of Yeshua? I'm gonna paraphrase this. I know people don't like paraphrasing, but that's on y'all because you don't know the whole story. I know the whole story. You can go back and track it in my paraphrase. So here's your catch. When you, in fact, remember the story of Yeshua when he was talking to his disciples after he sent them out 2 by 2 to go out and tell them that Messiah is here, heal them as they come along. If you see somebody sick, if they don't believe that I am here, then kick the dust, kick the dust off your feet. It's worse for them than Sodom and Gomorrah. So while they're on this campaign, the disciples are going around, they're praying and delivering people when the people receive that Yeshua is here. And those people, healing as the children's bread, would be healed of whatever ails them. But this young man, though he believed, was being vexed with a spirit. His father carries him to the disciples. The disciples do what they're supposed to do. The man believes. But nothing is happening for the man like it's happening for the other families. So now, paraphrasing, Messiah and the disciples have all coagulated back to one point. People are gathering and coming around because this is the thing. This is like going by. This is they've gone viral, right? As viral can be in primitive time. So they're all gathered around, and the disciples have all come back. Messiah is there. They're all sitting there. And then the young man whose sons he took to all the other disciples and could not get him healed says, hey, if you're the leader, can you help me? And Messiah looked at him and was like, it's not whether I can help you. You have to believe. Watch this. So he says to the young man, he says, you have to believe. Now watch what happens with your voice giving you the power. Messiah hears from the man the boy's problem. The disciples heard from the man the boy's problem. The disciples and them with him prayed the problems. Messiah talked about the 7th day. He says, these things can only come out by fasting and prayer. That's a whole nother conversation about the 7th day that people don't like to talk about. We're going to have fun with it. So here's the catch. Messiah looks at the boy, heard the father's issue, heard what the father said. Your disciples couldn't cast out the spirits. Messiah looked at the boy and said, thou deaf and dumb spirit, come out the boy. Why is that important that he said, though he's dealing with the spirit of suicide, though he's dealing with the spirit of depression, though he's dealing with the spirit of anxiety, though he's dealing with the spirit of cutting, though he's dealing with the spirit of timidity, all these different spirits that this boys are dealing with, and the things that are manifesting from him are frustrating his father. The father cares. I don't know if my son's going to die today or tomorrow. I don't know what's going on with him. He throws himself, he cuts himself, he throws himself in water, throws himself from buildings. All of these things the disciples prayed for, but none of them saw the problem. Though they were speaking the problems, Messiah saw the problem. They were speaking the manifestations. They were speaking what you would call the symptoms of his problem, but they did not know the core. Messiah looks at the boy and says, you deaf spirit, come out. You dumb spirit, come out. Because though the disciples of Messiah were giving him the word, he couldn't hear. So because the boy couldn't hear, he has to speak his own deliverance. Exactly. Messiah said the disciples did their job, but nobody paid attention that the boy couldn't hear him. Because in order for you to get your deliverance, Jesus can't wave a hand and wave his arm over you and you be healed. That ain't how the process works. You got to speak it. That's why Yahweh gave you his names. That's why you got to proclaim Pesach. That's why you got to proclaim Shavuot. That's why you got to proclaim Sukkah, because there's blessing packages and bundles in those names. And your proclamation of said tells the earth who you are in the world. That's a deep thing to think about.
Yes, sir.
So when So when you understand that he couldn't hear the words that could bring him deliverance because he has to speak the words that bring him deliverance. I can't pray over you. I can only pray with you. Your bishop, your apostle, your pastor, I don't care how long you've known them. They can't pray over you. You're going to tell me what you thought you read in the New Testament? Please bring it so I can break it down back to the old. You can only pray with them. And when I pray with you, if you don't pray what the word says, two can't walk together except they be agreed. We can stop there. But you must pray. I'm going to agree with you by faith. Word says healing is the children's bread. But if you're going to say, you pray for me, I can only remind you of what the word says, just like Ruach HaKodesh. Though he is power of Elohim, he looks for the word coming out of your mouth so he can perform it. So this boy had a deaf spirit. He couldn't hear what would bring him his deliverance. Though he wanted deliverance, though he needed deliverance. Are y'all not listening? Though he desired deliverance, his mom, his dad wanted deliverance. He believed, he wanted, but he couldn't hear. Therefore, he could not articulate it himself. I'm going to keep moving. So this is why Elohim wants us to call his name. Because his names are actual weapons of our warfare, which are not carnal, but they are mighty through Elohim, to the point that they pull down strongholds.
Hallelujah.
But we got to proclaim it. You just can't have somebody pray it over you, because me praying it over you don't mean you believe it. You want the trick to work. It's like a magic show in some of these church altar calls. You, oh, pray over me, man of God, woman of God, pray over me, pray over me. I'm not praying over you. Here's what the word says. Are you willing to proclaim it? Do you believe this? Can I show it to you? I'll take as much time as I need to break down to you why this is important. Will you believe? Will you believe? That's what Paul did in Acts chapter 19 when he says, have you, since you've believed, have you received the Holy Spirit? You got to believe first. If you don't believe what is being read, what was written, then salvation, then healing, then all that doesn't become yours, because you have to proclaim it. That's the real element of naming and claiming it. They took it and went way left with it back in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. Oh, name it and claim it, blab it and grab it. No, you got to know what his word says about your situation. And then when you enter in the situation, well, let me say, you have to know the word. So stock up on the word every Sabbath. Stuff you don't even think you need, you're going to get in the Sabbath. But sit in Sabbath, learn his word, and when life hits you, Ruach HaKodesh hastens next to you to say, hey, remember 2 weeks ago when you read this? You thought it was nothing. Now use it. Y'all don't want to talk to nobody today. I missed y'all, by the way.
Yahweh be praised. Yahweh be praised. We missed you too.
Do y'all understand that? So you stock up on the word. You might not even know how to use it. What is this for? It just seems so ancillary. But there will come a time when what presents you, Ruach HaKodesh, is going to come up next to you. You know, he walks with me. He talks with me, and he tells me I am his own because you got my word in you. Come here. Oh, that enemy right there. Oh, that's a different enemy than the one you fought last week. But come here, use this passage. Remember this passage? Look at this. Oh my, that's what that is. Yeah, that's what that is. Ah, and now you know how to rebuke. Now you know how to proclaim. Now you know how to decree. Now Ruach HaKodesh got work to do.
So true. He hastens to his word.
Y'all gonna act like y'all knew that the whole time. I'm just sitting here.
He just got it up for, right? That's it. I'm learning every day.
Are we learning? And that's what I need to hear. I'm learning. I'm understanding. This is where we're at here.
I'm learning Learning.
I'm gonna sit here and drink my black tea. You don't act like y'all know it all, and that's what we're gonna do. So, why is the seventh day so important? Why is the Sabbath day so important? Because in it, he speaks to you. How does he speak to me? Because in the Sabbath day, all you're supposed to do is read his word in the privacy of your own home. Not go to church to have someone preach at you. Did you know that in going to church on the Sabbath is actually serving other people?
That's right.
Unless it's a Moedim. When you go to church and you go to preach, you're serving the people. When you go to play the keyboard, you're serving the people. When you go to usher, you serving the people. When you go do parking lot ministry, you serving the people. When you go for napkin ministry, you serving the people. When you go for annexing, you serving the people. Moderators, when you're doing all that you do, please, when you're doing all this stuff, you're serving people. Ain't you supposed to be resting in the Sabbath? That's what he asked for. I know I just read it. I put it on the screen so you can read it. You can rewind it and go back to it. Or if you want me to pull it up, I can. But we are not to do servile work in the Sabbath. We're supposed to be resting. Do you know the hustle and bustle it goes into getting you and your children ready to go to church, to all 18 services y'all got that day? You got to rush to cook the meal to get it there and to do all this stuff. And then you got to hurry up and get back. You got to change 5 outfits. You got to change because the first service, you're going to be dressed in purple and white to sing in the choir. And then the second service, you're going to be dressed in purple and orange to sing in the choir. And then you get the old folks choir because you were part of the mass choir and you got to have an outfit for that too. And then you got to go and serve the pastor's annex building because they're supposed to have the pastor's meal for the guest pastor who came in. And then you got to get the usher stuff done, and then you got to go into the back so you can sit down with the meeting over with the finance committee, and then you and all that stuff you doing on the Sabbath because that's the day you go to church and you serve the Lord. Some of y'all had some major flashbacks just now, didn't you? All the things you got to do when you get to church.
I know I used to be tired.
Tired?
Never felt rested.
I need you to remove the R from tired and put tired. That's what you is when you done all that stuff. And then you got to go home. And guess what? Your house is in shambles because you were preparing to go to church.
I was worn out.
If we would have known this long ago, we just didn't know what we didn't know. So why is the seventh day so important? Because he tells us what we need to know. Don't do anything on the seventh day except let Elohim speaking, let me talk to you. Let me show you me. Be still and know who I am is. That's what Sabbath is about. It ain't about you going out and being used in a pulpit. It ain't about you going out and being used as a prophet. It ain't about you going out being used as a musician. That's all wonderful. Ain't nothing wrong with Sunday morning or morrow after Sabbath service. But you don't go to the church building on day 7 unless day 7 is a Moedim. And the Moedim, you just go to the tabernacle, the temple, church, to read the Torah, not be preached at. Man, it starts hitting different as to how people actually now have gotten this authority in your life that is sort of kind of perverted, because we're deeming the preacher almost as our mediator between God and man. And Messiah manifested and demonstrated as a beautiful ensample of how that should look. And what we're doing is not what he demonstrated. When Messiah talked, he only talked Torah. When he went into the temple on the Sabbath day, as was his custom, the term "as was his custom" references as were the instructions of Torah. They only went into the tabernacle, the synagogues, the temple places when it was a Moedim, or they were taking their midweek, their tithing or whatever, they could go there. But when they gathered as a community, it was only per the instructions of Torah, i.e. Leviticus 23. But the seventh day Sabbath, Exodus 16, Shemot 16, you don't leave your home on the seventh day Sabbath. You are to stay in your place of residence, of deed, and let his word have the prime seat. And you and your family glean from him serving you in home. The seventh day is blessed. Now, let me get to how we got here an hour ago. Has this journey been educational to some of you?
Yes, sir.
Let me conclude it.
Yes, absolutely.
Michelle Flagg, you're exactly right. That's a very good statement, Michelle Flagg. She says, "Be ye holy," just hit entirely different. Somebody make that a quote and attach Michelle's name to it. We'll make it a meme. And if I can make it a mug and a cup and a t-shirt, just put Sabbath, : "Be ye holy, just hit different," and then attribute Michelle Flagg's name to it. We'll make it a meme. We'll post it on our pages, IG and everything, because it really does. Sabbath, : "Be ye holy, just hit different," with the fire and everything. All right. I love it. Anybody else like that? I do. Michelle, great point. Thanks for adding. Okay. So let's get to this next point. I want to show you why the seventh day is so important, because you don't know what's in me. Somebody say, "I don't even know what's in me." Say it. Come on.
I don't even know what's in me.
And we think we do. We really think we know what we are about. And that's why Jeremiah 29 for me, when I hear people say it and try to preach it, it tickles me pink. And I got to stop listening, because, well, I try not to stop listening, but it can make me tune out because the context is all wrong. When he says, "I know my plans concerning you," he really does. Did Adam know Elohim's plan when Adam was brought into the earth at the end of day 6 after everything was made?
No.
Come on, tell me the truth. If everything was made at days from days 1 through 6, the stars were in the sky, the waters were divided, the trees were already growing, the monkeys was throwing bananas all over the place, everything was already in play by the time Adam shows up. Does he know what's going on?
No, not at all. Familiar. Y'all got to teach him.
Thank you, Chrisla. So how does Yahweh teach him? He gives him day 7. He puts him in day 7 is a classroom. Day 7 is a lab. Day 7 is a spa. Day 7 is a place of relaxation and education, all in one, about what I gotta go work on when I get out of this day. But it's also a day where Yahweh pulls out of you what he put in you. Watch. Back to Adam. So again, I asked the question to everybody. Will y'all please answer me? Because I feel like I'm by myself on an island. I'm not. My name is not John, and I don't even know where Patmos is. Well, I do, but I don't even know how to get there. I can't get a plane ticket. So I don't even know. I can't even get a plane ticket to Patmos. Listen, but if I get this from my mom. I realize that this whole witty thing comes from Barbara June Jones Mosley. Y'all pray for me that I don't want to be delivered from it. Matter of fact, I don't ever want to not be like her. Here's the catch. So watch. Does Adam being made last on day 6 know what is going on when he shows up?
No, he doesn't. No, he does not. No, he does not.
So how does he get caught up?
By resting in the Sabbath.
Day 7. That Yahweh blessed and pulls humanity into. Now, was Adam one pulchritude when he was made? Yes or no?
Yes.
One pulchritude. But in him was masculinity and femininity. Because the womb was the female factor. The brawn, the protector, the antenna was the masculinity of the human. So in chapter 2, verse 19, we resume the significance of the 7th day. Look at it. Verse 19, out of the ground Elohim formed every beast of the field. Every fowl of the air was brought to Adam to see what he would call them, and whatever Adam called them, every living creature, that was the name thereof. Now you would say, well, see, he had the right to choose what he was going to call them. He ain't know what they was. The heck he know what they was. All right. So Yahweh is filling him in, talking in his ear so it can come out of his mouth. Verse 20. And Adam gave names to all the cattle, the fowl of the air, every beast of the field. But here it is. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. So apparently, Adam was doing an inventory designed by Elohim of every element made, Mr. and Mrs. Gorilla, Mr. and Mrs. Hippo, Mr. and Mrs. Rhino, Mr. and Mrs. Croc, Mr. and Mrs. Bengal, Mr. and Mrs. Lion. But for Adam, there was not found a mate for him externally. Watch. Can we continue this? Look at the passage. So verse number 20. Adam gave names to all the cattle of the fowl of the air, the beasts of the field, but for Adam, there was not found a help meet for him. What is this word help meet? That is the word azir. There is not an aid. Look at the Hebrew word to your right of your screen, H5828. It is the word azir. All right. It comes from another word, the Hebrew word 5826, which means aid or help. But 5826 is also the word azar, which means there is nothing to surround him and protect him and or aid him and or help him and or succor him. Oh my God, we're going to break the wheels off of this doctrine about what wives are and are not. Right here is what a wife is. Did y'all not read it in Hebrew? I'm sorry, because y'all were so used to reading it in the Greek. Let me help y'all with this because it makes so much more sense. Look at what a help meet is. I want to be a help meet. I'm a Proverb 31 woman. Shh, be quiet. Listen. H5828. This is what an aid is. There was not found for Adam a aid, a help that 5828 comes from the word 5826. It is the word azar, which means by primitive root, there is nothing to surround him, to protect or aid or help or succor. It is so quiet. Is everybody okay? Let me keep reading. This is where it gets fun. So in verse 20, it says, Adam gave names to all the cattle and to the fowl of the air, to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a Ezer for him. And Yahweh, our Elohim, in day 7 did what, y'all?
He rested.
No, y'all, can y'all just read the text? I'm gonna stop. When I stop reading, y'all pick up. Verse 21. When I stop reading, y'all pick up. And Yahweh, our Elohim,
Caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam.
What day are they in, y'all?
Sabbath.
They're in the 7th day. And Adam slept. What happened while Adam was sleeping in the day of rest? Elohim took one of his ribs. We'll deal with that issue later on. It's too much to go into right now. But he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh thereof instead. Verse 22, and the rib which Yahweh took from the man, Elohim made a woman. Where did he take the rib from?
The man.
Now, don't say the male. He didn't take it from the male. See, that's what I want to make sure y'all understand. This is why Christendom has messed this up. He didn't take it from the male. I want to go back to this woman protect thing and provide thing. I'm going to go back to that because what he did was he says there was not a aid, an Ezer, an Ozir from his primitive root for humanity because all of humanity was in one. So the protector is masculinity. We've always felt that, said that, stated that. But the protector is always also the feminine. Because they have to aid and protect each other. That's how they become, like they were in pulchritude, externally coverers of each other. Now, I'll deal with that rib from human thing. I'm so sick of that conversation. I'm not going to discuss it, but it is not what y'all think. There is no rib missing from man. It is the. Let me do it anyway. I don't want to be distracted by it, but let me give it to y'all because it gets goofy. All right. So rib. He took one of his ribs. What is a rib? Look at it. I'll just do it this way. Tesla, not the car, y'all. Tesla, right? It is a curvature, literally of the body, or figuratively, watch this, of a door. Or a leaf, hence a side, literally of a person or an object in the sky. It is, watch this, something that is a quarter architecturally, especially like a floor or a ceiling, a timber or a plank, something single or collective, a flooring, a beam, a board, a chamber, a corner, a leaf, a plank, a rib, a side, a chamber. What is the womb, y'all?
An incubator.
Okay, let's use what we just put up on the screen for definitions. Out of all those definitions, which one resembles a womb?
A chamber.
A chamber. Does man have a womb?
No, sir.
but the first human did. So Yahweh took the chamber and gave it its own pulchritude. Y'all are not going to leave. You know what? I'm signing off. Good day. Go study yourself. I'm out of here. Goodbye.
Welcome back. Welcome back. When you said protector and women, I had like a question mark. So I'm so glad you're touching this.
We'll get to it in a minute because I got to close this out because I promised to deal with another question from an earlier study. But the womb, man, it's in the name. What is the womb? As Krista said, an incubator. Of those definitions, for this particular word rib, which is in fact Tesla, what references a womb best of these potential definitions? Chamber. So he took the chamber from the first human and gave it its own pulchritude. Welcome, Ishai. Y'all had us down here counting for ribs. I remember, man, many years ago, I was like, well, is a man less one rib? So people still preaching it. Well, the man he's missing a rib. And then the doctors are like, you so stupid. Look at the skeleton. Okay, all right. Don't make me feel dumb. And I couldn't do anything about it. We down here counting to see if we got, he missing a rib on one side. It is not true. The rib cage protected the womb. Now, that's general in area, but true in concept. He took the chamber and then dressed it in a similar pulchritude. More importantly, exactly from the same pulchritude as the man, the first man. So he did not, watch this, he did not take out of Adam the chamber and then go north to the mountains and pull some mud clay from another mountain up north and then dress the womb he took out of the first man with up north garment, because then this womb man would be competition to this man. And they are both competing to till the ground, and that becomes a problem. So it's not an issue of this womb being pulled out and dressed by something else. It's dressed by what it was pulled from, because it's not to be competition, it's to be a complement to where it came from. And this doesn't mean masculinity. This doesn't mean solely femininity. There's an argument about which one should be in control, the man or the woman. Yahweh made mankind, both male and female. Then he separated masculinity from femininity, and then he told them their roles. Brawn of the masculine is to protect, watch this, the womb, because it is to be treated like a weaker vessel. Because if it's weaker, you're going to protect it, make sure nobody hurts it. It's not weak because it can bring forth a child. Now that once been done, if you pay attention to femininity and masculinity, even in nature, the lioness does most of the hunting, and the king, the lion, he may sniff it out, set up, protects the perimeters and protect any violators, but the work is done by the femininity. She is not to be a trophy wife. She's to be treated like a trophy wife. She's not to be a weaker vessel. She's to be treated like a weaker vessel. So you, masculinity, don't forget how important and delicate you should be dealing with her, though she can beat your butt. She's made just like you. She got the same muscles you got. She got bigger mammary glands. She got maybe bigger glutes, and she might got longer hair, but she will whip her hair back and forth and whoop your butt. And then she got fake eyelashes. That's enough to just knock you out on the breeze of things. So do not act like you can beat her just because she's a woman based on how we be taught in Christendom. Y'all don't like what I said.
On the breeze of things. False lashes activate.
False activate. All right. Do y'all get it? She can, brothers, listen, I've trained my daughter, who I'm just got finished celebrating last week. There ain't a man on the planet that wants to fight her. And she's just as feminine and fine as all get out. No false lashes, praise Yahweh. Well, then again, yes, she did too. My man, shoot. See, proof that your children don't obey you. But anywho, and her husband ain't got to worry about her when they out, because she's a human. We are to treat them like weaker vessels, but she need to know how to fight. She need to know how to swing a hammer. She need to know how to pull up a floor. She need to know how to pull the eaves down off the roof. Oh, yes, she do. He needs to know how to cook. He needs to know how to do laundry. He needs to know how to feed a baby. He needs to know how to change a diaper. They are a complement to each other. But the masculine is to make sure he protects ultimately what is a part of him, and she is responsible for getting at anything trying to get near to him to bring him down or poison him too. That's the protector in her of that which is hers, where she comes from. Y'all got this thing split up like you supposed to be over here being feminine and relaxing and just getting pedicures and manicures. I get pedicures and manicures too. Don't make me weak. Don't make me soft. And make me smooth. Hey. Oh, okay, my bad. So back to the storyline. She need to be out there changing the oil on the car, flat tires, all of that. She can't be acting like she don't know how to do it, because what if she don't have a man? Her man should pass away before her sons develop. She still needs to be able to do that. Does she have to go and rely on another man to do this? No, the whole concept just wasn't properly explained, because somebody said treat them like a weaker vessel. Because they weaker. They are not weaker. My daughter will whoop my behind if I am not careful. Why? Because I trained her. Stop training your little daughter like she's a prima donna. Let her be a prima donna, but let her knock a joker out too. Mama said knock you out. I'm sorry. Y'all so quiet. That wasn't educational. Let's go back, because if you come from something, you can't help but be it. So if she comes from a body that actually can and will in fact be able to protect herself, just because she looks more or looks appealing to the opposite gender, doesn't mean she can't rock and knock that gender out. And that should not be the expectation, that she can't. And that is how you get control. That is how you get male dominance. That is how you get masculine chauvinism. Thus the problem we face today. My spouse, my mate, if I would have known when I was younger, would be my equal. And quite frankly, was. You know, I just didn't know it, because like we just said, we don't know what's inside of us. Sabbath brings it out of us. Because the word is what we study, and the word shows us in unique little nuances how that, I say, oh, that's what that meant. Are y'all okay? Y'all know y'all supposed to be talking to me on Clubhouse and Facebook, right? Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, brothers, if your wife can't fight, you might want to leave her down there and let somebody else get her, or unless you're really willing to train her. Because if she can't hold up for herself and her daddy ain't raised her, bro, you don't want her. She's going to be a problem for you, probably get you killed or damaged, because you can't die until Yahweh says so. But you got a weak woman who can't defend herself, but she always going to talk and pop off her mouth and think that the switchblade in her purse, which she can literally be disarmed of, is going to be her only protection. She better know how to use a pressure point. She better know how to break a knee. She better, I'm telling you what I know. Why he's so violent? Just as an example to you that the woman is not to be some weak thing who can't defend herself or her children, should she be without the producer and the aid and the partner for her children. This is not something we should be glorifying, that she is to be taken care of by a man. You have a partner, you have a plan, you are one. One's going to pass away, and if that happens, one's going to leave. And if that happens, what is she? Now dependent on another man? What is he? Now dependent on another woman to cook for him because he can't cook, he can't sew, he can't wash, he can't clean, he don't know how to brush his teeth, he gets sick, can't make soup. This is where we got to stop with the foolishness of what we've been taught all these years.
Yep.
Now the man is dependent on the woman. She got to come in and clean his dirty drawers and pick up around him and cook for him. And then or if she's without a man, now she got to be dependent on another man who she don't know, who ain't the father of these children. And she got to hope that he's going to be able to provide for them. All of this is foolishness. You are able to be who you're designed to be. Each human has it within themselves, not only from a sense of survival mode, which is an inherent thing, but you must also understand that that wasn't never the plan of Yahweh, for you to feel as if you can't be or you are not whole. Each person, you are whole. Marriage is not 50-50. Marriage is a multiplier. Marriage is not a your 50 plus my 50 make 100. No, that's an incomplete marriage. Marriage is 200. Not 50-50. 100 come in, 100 come in. We 200. We doubled up. Somebody say we leveled up.
We leveled up. We leveled up.
Here's my problem. When people talk about that, like, hey, what you bringing to the table? No, you bring a table and I bring a table. What you talking about? What we bring to a table? The heck going on here? What I bring to the table? I'm bringing a table. Where yours? You get what I'm saying? If you ain't got a table when I meet you, you got to develop. I'll see you later. Did y'all ever think about that? Nobody ever thought about that way?
That's a good way to put it.
What you bringing to the table? What? You bring a table, I bring my table, flat out. Ain't bringing to a table like you added to the table like that.
That's the first time I heard that. I got to use that.
You're welcome. Don't come to me with, what can I add to you? No, what do we do together? It ain't about adding to me. I'm good. You should be good. But what can we do together?
That's it right there. What can we do together?
Because I'm good. Like I am. You either like me or don't like me, because I'm not going to break me down to fit you. And I'm not going to ask you to break you down to fit me. The 100 of you should be cool with the 100 of me. And the 100 of me should be cool with the 100 with you. And if we don't be cool with the 100 of each other, go find the one that we do match up with the 100 of somebody. And them two come together and activate, create. But don't you dare break down and strip back from your 100% of who you are to fit into what someone wants to have. 100, no 50-50. Day 7 is important. The Sabbath draws out of you what's in you. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now watch what Yahweh does in the seventh day. Go back to Genesis chapter number 2. Genesis, Bereshit, chapter number 2. Look at verse 20. He gave names to all the cattle of the field, the fowl of the air, the beasts of the field. Adam was not found. He did not have, or the Adam did not have a help meet for him. There was nothing external other than what they had internal. Verse 21, Elohim calls the deep sleep. Somebody tell me what day they in.
Seventh day.
They in the seventh day, right? Verse 21, Elohim caused the deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. What day did he sleep in again?
Seventh day.
And Elohim took one of his ribs. Okay. And we know that rib is the word for tesla, and you have a lot of definitions for ribs, but we know the best one that fits what took place here is what word?
Chamber.
Chamber. Is this making sense as to better study habits?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And then he says he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh thereof. What day did this rib get taken, and what day did he shut the flesh up?
Day 7.
Day 7.
Day 7, the Sabbath day, the day of rest, the day when Elohim is doing all the looking over of you, and the word is looking all through you, right? So in 21, it says he created, caused to sleep. Adam fell to sleep, opened up, took the rib, closed up the flesh thereof, and the rib which Yahweh had formed, the rib which Yahweh or Elohim had taken from man, he made woman and brought her unto the man. So now you're breaking down humanity for the rib that Elohim, verse 22, the rib that Elohim had taken from human, made he a womb man, and then brought her back unto that human, who is now without the feminine factor, without the actual female factor. He now is all masculine in his body. She has her body. The womb has her body. He has his. Masculine, feminine now are to do something. Verse 23, and Adam said, this is of me. This is bone of my bones. This is Adam speaking. This is not masculinity speaking. Can I stop y'all for a second? Can I stop y'all for a second? This is Adam speaking. This is not masculinity speaking.
Right.
Anybody got a problem with that? Because I can stop here. This is Adam. Look at who it's speaking. This is Adam speaking. Watch what he says, verse number 23. And Adam said, what is Adam? Isn't that H120? I put it on the screen for you to look at it. Look at the concordance. That word in verse 23 for Adam is the word H120. Same word that came from Genesis chapter 1. The same word for man. And Adam, who is ruddy, part of the earth, or a human being, as in an individual or a species, i.e. mankind. So mankind said, this is bone of my bone. So woman is mankind. This is flesh of my flesh, human being. She shall be called womb man. Why? Because the womb was taken out of this man. So now the masculinity and the femininity have two separate bodies, but they still have one purpose. Verse 24. So going forward, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother and cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. Now, let me stop here and talk about this for a couple seconds for some people who didn't pick this up. Remember, we talked about education. How many times do y'all think y'all read that passage?
Many times.
Countless.
Okay, let me see if y'all thought about this any of those times you read it previously. Was there another human on the planet?
No, sir.
No.
So why is he saying therefore shall a man leave his father and mother? He's never even had a child yet.
Based on verse 23.
So how important is the seventh day? Where you think he's learning about man, children, mother, father, all that? Where you think he's learning that from? Animals, lions, tigers, bears. Where do you think he's learning that from? What day is he in still?
7.
Seventh day.
So this is the day that Yahweh has made. It hits completely different now.
Yes, it does.
I know I've been off for a couple of days. Let me see if my children's still here, because apparently these grown folk. Let me see if the children's still here. I don't know if the children's here. My children is here. Did y'all? Mama gonna get you in trouble. Don't say no more. All right. But did y'all learn something, children?
Whoa! Whoa!
Awesome. Because the adults, they take a minute. They're past the capacity to learn. Their storage capacity is shorter. You guys are like sponges. So glad you guys are there. Glad to have you back. We miss y'all so much. Okay.
Wow. Apostle, Miss Rogers. It's something else. Yahweh, be praised for your life. Oh, goodness.
What's up?
A while back, someone asked, whatever the intent in their heart was, I cannot say. But if the seventh day was to be resting and Yahweh and Elohim rested, then why did he make?
He didn't make. He didn't make, and that's the thing.
No, I'm sorry, I just misspoke. What I was trying
No,
to say is,
you didn't misspeak. You're fine. I was jumping the question, but I'll let you finish it. He didn't make anything. He already did that. It was already there. That's the purpose of the lesson. You don't know what's in you. He took out of him. He took out of man what he already made in day 6. That's why I took y'all back to the passage. When he made man, he made them male and female. It was already inside. He didn't have to make it.
Patricia.
Go ahead, Elder Rogers. Finish your thought.
Well, you just finished it. However, I'm glad that this came out, so that if there had been any lingering questionings or doubtings or whatever, I think it was very well, laid out plain and clear. And I mean, because I'm just glad. And I'll say this much here: you and redundancy have a thing going on, and I know this. So if I just happen to have a question about something, all I have to do is just hang around, just keep listening, keep coming, and it'll come back, and my questions will be answered. Maybe I shouldn't say that because I'm giving away my secret, and you'll be careful in what you say to make me study more so I can find it on my own.
And that's important, because that's the thing. Now, if you was in a normal church setting, that would be a problem. Don't reveal that secret. But for those who are not trying to grow a church, but we're trying to grow the kingdom population, necessary to be done. And I know you were joking with that, but here's the thing to that too. What made me successful in my craft in the world was that I never hid any secret that I had about doing my job from my staff, because many people would hide or keep it because they feared someone would take their job. Well, if I hired you I need you to do my job. Anybody above me who sees, barring foolishness amongst crab in a basket mindset people, that you came in under him and now you can do his job, that means he trained you. I need him in another place here to train others as efficiently as he trained you. I never had that problem protecting my job by not sharing everything with them. Here's how you do the job I hired you for. That's what Messiah came to do. That's why he tore down the veil. And somebody might argue with this, but the Levites got to the point where they made the people think they were the go-between. And when the go-between came, nobody recognized him. But like Isaiah said, we esteemed him stricken and smitten of God. That's why he was hung on the cross, because he had no beauty wherein we should desire him, because the Levites have given us an image of what we should desire as our go-between between Elohim and man. They have the access to the Ark of the Covenant. They go in once a year. We wait for them to come out and tell us what to do. And Messiah is like, no, you're all supposed to be Arks of the Covenant. That's a date, by the way. I love dates. It's an addiction. But I dropped that on y'all, and now I'm pausing to eat my date.
So true. So true.
If you have to hide what you do to keep your job, you ain't worthy of that job. That means you got that job scamming and scheming. You're not really the one for that job. You're not really built for this. You're trying to preserve your way to pay your mortgage. Man, do your job and teach the person next to you. I need a partner next to me who will do in a crisis what I would do if I should go down fighting the same war. I need to know everybody is locked in with me, and everybody that's on my team know everything that I know. Maybe not my security code. I'll give you yours because I'm the boss and my code oversees your code. But the work we do, everybody got to know it as effective as I do.
Yes, sir. And then even with that crab in the bucket mentality, or those snakes and, all of those conniving things, what y'all, it is for you. And you share that, and they do something sideways to get your job or whatever, in jeopardy or whatever. If Yahweh has something better for you, then so be it.
I appreciate that. Elder Raj, I love you. I just can't let that slide out there.
Bring it on.
Yeah, thank you for letting me bring it on in. Listen, everything in your life is a phase. I don't know why we get so attached to a thing and think we've arrived. And we're sitting here holding on to this and trying to hold on to that, like this all we got. That's just another step in life. You might not like the fact you don't know where the next step is going to land, but nobody can take this from you. Don't hold on to that like that's your life. And Yahweh sometimes got to drive us out. I promise you, he drove me out of places I would have stayed in if he ain't drive me out. And I'm so glad he did, because I'd be sitting there suppressed, depressed, and oppressed by whatever controlling freaks and factions that are there. And Zion, don't be worried about losing something. Elohim is your provider. Do y'all remember the lesson on manna? Does anybody, somebody give your name and say it. Who is it?
Rogers, I said, what? The what?
Right. Does anybody else know what manna was?
Cressler, yes.
Cressler, go.
The whatness.
The whatness. That's what manna is. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh or Elohim. Who is Yahweh? The I am that what I need, you need. So manna, the bread from heaven, manna is whatness. Whatever it is, I got this. So if you don't have what you've been accustomed to because somebody beat you out of it, Yahweh doesn't provide for you based on that thing right there. His word, if you in Sabbath, if you are in his word, if you're in his Torah, is whatness. It will develop. Love you. It will create. It will bring forth. You have a good day. Yahweh be praised. It brings forth. It does everything for you that you need. You don't have to make money at the same mill. You ain't got to make money working for the same bank. You don't just make money working for the grocery store. The manna is the whatness of Elohim. Man, y'all gonna get me excited. I feel like I want to take off. It's the whatness. Man, don't live by bread alone. And you trying to hold on to a job and hold somebody down from getting ahead of you? Stop. That's church. Get out of that. Kingdom it is what it is. He is what I need. He'll be what I need wherever I got to be. Somebody shout whatness.
Whatness.
Now, if y'all say that in church, they're going to kick y'all out because they don't know what whatness is. Y'all, I just want y'all to know. We need to start making that go viral. You know what I mean? We started something called, I'm cool like that. Y'all remember what being cool like that means?
I want a cup.
You want a cup?
That cup.
Get with Minister Wanda. She'll tell you where we're getting them from. We're going to get them on our website pretty soon, but we ain't trying to sell it. But
Can we make
I'm cool. I'm cool like that. We'll do something. We got some other stuff coming, but it's the whatness. That's right, Michelle Grice. It's the whatness. You start saying that in church, saying like, what is wrong with you? They speaking in tongues. Whatness of God. Man does not live by bread. You knew bread to be grain. You knew bread to be barley. You knew bread to be wheat. Man don't live by bread like you know it alone. My word, if you follow my instruction, whatever I want this to be, I'll make it be. How can we say he makes a way out of no way and don't believe that he is the whatness? How did a hole get in that wall? Yeah, Tracy, I've been trying to make it hit somebody's spirit. He is the word of Elohim is the whatness of life. It's the whatness of life. That's the word of Elohim. Whatever it is you need, I got you. That's why his name is Yahweh. That's why the enemy don't want y'all saying his name. Because the more you say Yahweh, as opposed to these other names, you're missing out on saying he is the I am that. What you need, I am. I was with Apostle Walker, and she got that revelation some years back, and she was like, this thing got me going on and on and on. And she talked for 12 hours about that thing. And when it finally hit me, I'm like, oh, snap. He is. I am. Whatever you need, I am that. That's why he said that. Man don't live by bread as you know it alone. Man lives by my word, which is the whatever you need, whenever you need it, based on my plans for your life. If you don't have it when I send you, then my hand will never direct you where my hand can't support you. If I point you one way, then my hand will have provisions when you get that way. As you go down the path that I got for you, Deuteronomy 28, when you obey his word, as you walk in his word, there'll be things overtaking you. You ain't went there with nothing, but when you get there, you'll have what you need. They'll just overtake you with blessings on blessings. Y'all, man, listen here. Y'all listen. Y'all better look, man. Somebody shout whatness. I don't even know how to contain myself. Right. I don't even know what to say. It's the whatness of Elohim. All right. I'm done. Thank you, Elder Rogers, for getting me in trouble. Got me up here screaming.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Does anybody else delight in the Sabbath? That's the significance of Shabbat. Because in it, he tells you what's in you. Watch this. You don't know what. There you go. That just came out. Goodness gracious. Quote, you don't know what's in you. You don't know what Yahweh put in you. Adam did not know what he was until the Sabbath. And Yahweh says, you know what? It's not good for you to be just one. Let me pull out of you what I put in you. Make the two of y'all work together. Just work as one. Instead of being in the same body as one. Because if Adam knew that this was something, he wouldn't have said when he came out, you flesh of my, I don't know how I know you, but I know you. You bone of my bone. That's my flesh suit you wearing. Them my bone. Oh, you was the womb. Oh, she shall be called woman. Y'all don't want to hear me on this right here. Krista, you a mess. Chris, I would, but I don't eat pork, dear heart.
Beef is just as good.
Beef is just as good. Okay, well, do me a favor and resend it without the bacon, and put the beef in there.
I did. I put beef and pork to eat.
Yeah, but you put beef is just as good, but you still got that pork up there. And I don't want these people thinking I get down on pork like that.
Okay.
Now I can eat it though. You can leave it there. You know why? Because that would be me being churchy. So leave it right there, because you can eat what you want to eat based on what was on that sheet that Peter had. Now I'm liking the goat cheese piece. I didn't think about that goat cheese. That would be something fire to do. But can y'all say the whatness of Elohim is in my life?
The whatness.
And watch this. And Sabbath brings it out. Make that a quote. We're gonna make that a meme and a t-shirt. The whatness of Elohim is in my life, and Sabbath brings it out. That's as good as this date I'm eating right there.
That's a t-shirt.
And a hat. And a meme. I don't see quote. I'm about to put it in there. Somebody better do it if I do it. Okay, there we go. Make the whatness all caps, because that's what's going to make the people see the difference. They'll be like, what is this whatness? Thank y'all. Does that make sense to y'all? Y'all get that? Okay, Patricia, what you got?
Good afternoon, Apostle, and everybody else. I appreciate this teaching. When you were talking about it, in my studying, I think what you just said when you talked about Ishai being formed, in the study, I had wondered what the difference was between made and formed. And I think the word bara came up. And
you got me clapping. You got me clapping. Take your time. Don't go fast. Take your time. You got me clapping. I'm getting excited. I feel my hair on my arm raising. Go ahead.
Because it made me realize again, they were already made. But when it said he took the rib out, which we now say is the chamber or the womb, and formed Ishai, the form was the word bara. And so that's different, meaning that it was something that was already there that was reshaped or configured it to how he wanted it to be. So that brought full circle to that understanding.
I know you can't see my smile because you on Clubhouse, but I am grinning from ear to ear, and I got big ears. Listen, that's blesses my soul. Elder Rogers, does that add value to your question?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you.
This is what Sabbath is about, because we're all learning and knowing certain things and picking up pieces here and picking up pieces there. And when we bring them together in a study to know Elohim, he makes it cohesive. He makes it coagulate. And we all learn the same thing. Nobody walks out of here thinking something different. Love that. So, Patricia, Pastor, pardon me.
Yes, sir.
There, did she cry? She cried. Ooh. Okay, so listen. That which you brought out about Isha and Eve, do you or anybody know where there is a precedent for that it was already made and he pulled it out? Where is the precedent? Now, I ain't but one chapter before this chapter. So where is the precedent that would be familiar to him not having made anything on the seventh day because he already had made it? Is there anything else in here that stands out to you guys that sets precedent?
Crystal, yes.
Okay, I heard a yes and I heard Crystal. Who was the yes? Was the yes Patricia?
That was Regina.
Okay, Regina, you go next. Crystal, go.
Are you only referencing him not making Isha, or just another time when he made something prior to it coming forth?
Give us what you got.
I was gonna say when he told the earth to, I think it was in 11. One second. I'm gonna not paraphrase. Oh yeah, it says, and God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herbs yielding seed." And then when you fast forward, I think the seed, he did the same thing with the seeds, and the creatures was already made.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, good job. Regina, what you got?
I was going to say Genesis chapter 1, verse 24. And Elohim said that the earth bring forth living creatures after his time, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth after his time, and it was so.
Okay, and it looks like, okay, Wanda Floyd on Facebook says the same thing. Veronica did what I wanted y'all to do. She cried out, "Bring forth." That's the precedent. So again, remember, Elohim had already made man. So now we're here in verse 26. Krista did a great job. Regina did a great job. Both of those points are direct because day 6 and day 5 all caused him to bring forth. Verse 11, he had already made it, right? The earth was already made and all the different things were already created before human history. Look at verse 26. Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image." He then does that. Verse 20. 27. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him, male and female. What, y'all? Created he them. So in verse 20, Patricia, you see it? So in verse number 27 of chapter 1, he already made male and female. He just had it stored inside of Adam. And then left Adam with just the masculinity and created a second Adam 2.0 with the womb of the woman there.
Oh my goodness.
Because the second human made is Adam 1 2.0. She's better than man. She's created prettier than man. She got bigger mammary glands. She can make. She is made better than the first prototype. You got that?
Got it.
So now, when you look at this, at the end of the day, all of these different things that we're looking at make complete and total sense of how Elohim created humanity. Now, Brother Nick, I just saw something you brought out. Nicholas said, "Sorry, sir, I don't see that story in Acts with the sheet coming down saying we can eat whatever we want. Nicholas, what it says, sir, is from that point on, Messiah's gone on. The lamb has been resurrected and saved. I'm switching real quick, guys, only because this question, because I want to make sure it don't get out the wrong way. That when he tells man, and we're talking about the bacon, the pork, anything that he put on that sheet, the only thing he did not put on that sheet was seafood from the ocean. Clams, lobster, shrimp, shellfish. But everything that he put on that sheet that was in the dietary law, now that Messiah has been dead, when Kepha got that sheet living in Asia Minor now, he's not in Jerusalem. He's not where he was raised. He makes this conversation and this statement, where he's at. Where's he at? In Galatia, I believe he is. And he tells him while they're up while he's sleeping, I bet it was a Sabbath, up on top of the house, and the white sheet comes down to him in vision, and he says, don't call anything I have made unclean. He says, Peter, rise and eat what they're eating. He's like, I don't eat that stuff. Dietary law doesn't say I should. And Yahweh, you know I've never eaten that stuff. He says, don't call anything from this point that I have made unclean. Now you have the right. So whatever's on that sheet, the only thing of the beast of the field and even the fowl of the air that isn't on that sheet, hoofs, split hoofs, chewing the cud, not chewing the cud, that is on that sheet, if somebody made it a delicacy, you could eat of it. Should you, due to good simple health reasons? Maybe, maybe not. Pork is not the wisest choice of meat to eat, but we do it anyway. But at the end of the day, and I stay away from it as far as I can, I really do, for not biblical reasons, but for health reasons. And I got doctors and nurses all over this platform right now. It's like, boy, you better stop talking about that. You know, it ain't so. But for the purposes of Elohim's instruction and dietary law, that sheet came down. Pray over your food, rise, Peter, slay and eat. The only thing that's not on that sheet is seafood, which ain't half y'all ain't got no problem consuming. Your shrimp, your lobsters, and your clams, and your oysters, and your shellfish, and your mussels, and your crawfish, and your catfish, all that. And you ain't got no problem eating all that stuff, and your squid, and your calamari, and everything. And y'all, but everyone complain about some pork. Y'all gonna stop with that foolishness. Now, that stuff is not up there. But on that white sheet, there was that. So it's not eat whatever you want, Nick. It's not eat whatever you want. But these items that he put up there, and he has made clear, he did not clear that seafood. And yet our culture and our world and our Christians still consume it in great proportions. But that's why I say that, to make sure Brother Nick, and I know he knows the word, knows that I'm not talking about you eat whatever you want. There is still that passage does not reference that, but it does tell you clearly that the dietary law was amended after Yeshua's death. Kepha is the point of reference for that, and we can't take it out of the writ. It's there. Okay, good point, bro. Appreciate you, Nick. All right. So now back to this issue of the coming forth, the bring forth. No, Nick, it's not just about them being unclean, dealing with the people. We can go read that later on. It's about the actual dietary law. They were already dealing with unclean people. And the issue was, it wasn't that the people were unclean. It's that their natures didn't know Yahweh the way they did. That was the problem with Israel. They didn't do their job. They were supposed to show the world through the Torah's edict, dietary and civilly, how to please and be reconciled back unto the Creator. And Israel did not do their job that well. So when we call people heathens and unclean, we're in error because we're heathens. Everybody's unclean. Even Messiah told them, or I should say the prophets told the people, Ezekiel and Jeremiah told him, you know, our hearts are unclean. Our hearts are wicked, deceitful above all. We are wicked people. So the unclean thing is about the food, not the people. Because everybody's unclean. All have sinned and come short of the glory of Elohim. And Levi, Israel itself, is a chief offender. So it wasn't about them. I believe it's talking about people being unclean. It's not about the people being unclean, and not at all. Read it again, and if you want me to read it with you, I will. We can go back over it, and we can break it down. The Jews didn't rock with other people. They did not. They felt elite. So Yahweh was telling Peter, you can go. That ain't it. Go read it again. He's telling them, you're with them. He's already rocking with them. They're Gentiles. They're coming into the faith. They did not have the same faith of the Jews. They did not have the same faith of Yeshua, who is about. And so now they're asking for the apostles to come and teach them the truth. That's why the apostles went. They didn't go to establish churches. They went to establish order in churches. Those churches already existed. They were Gentiles believing in Messiah, keeping Torah, keeping feasts, yet they were still having their own diets. So in keeping Torah, they came up and grew up in areas that are in fact different. And that's basically what it was because of how they grew up. Some were uncircumcised, some ate whatever came out that water, eel, squid, whatever. But they were believers in Messiah. And now that they're in their region, to change your culture because you've been doing this for 50 years and someone comes in teaching you about something you just came into, that's a transition. That's why Paul then started teaching about don't be offended by what someone eats. If it offends them, then you can control that and you have better discipline, then try not to offend them, that whole process. But it had nothing to do with them being people who were unclean. He was dealing specifically on that white sheet about the diet that Peter now is allowed to eat since he's out of a region that was conducive to how he was raised. Big, big, big difference. Great point, though. Glad you brought it up. You just helped many people learn something. All right. We were talking about the bringing forth. So in the bringing forth, when Elohim created man in his own image, he made man male and female. He already made male and female in the human, which is, if y'all can say it, dirt. Just say the human is dirt.
The human is dirt.
And he already made the masculine and the feminine. He encompassed them into, he enveloped them into man, Adam. And just like in Genesis chapters 1, 11, and 12, 26, the fifth day, the sixth day, just like in those chapters, the thing that blew my mind years ago was he said, bring forth. And for some reason, I just kept, because of how I was taught text to memorize Sunday schools and years ago, and just hearing, here and there people preaching and teaching about what they call the gospel, I would be sitting here listening to and hearing, well, God made this on this day. God made that on that day. He made the day, but he called all those things forward, especially when it came to that dirt. Those creatures were already in the dirt. When he did what he did, when he encapsulated this entire world in an ice, in water, he told the earth, now y'all bring forth, which is what makes proof that verse 1 of Genesis 1 and verse 2 of Genesis 1 are millions of years apart. I mean, I can't even fathom how many years apart those two verses are. Because when it said in verse 1, let me go there very quickly. In verse 1, look at this. I put on the screen for y'all. Look at verse 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth, period. There should be a ... there. Because verse 2 does not pick up at that point. It says, and the earth was without form and void. So technically, if I was to do this by literature, proper grammar, at least I see it in the English, it would be a ... The earth was without form. Instead of and, it would be ... The earth was without form, because when he made the heavens and the earth, there were already things that existed. He created everything in the heaven, everything in the earth. And then later on, in verse 2, he starts human history. So something was on the earth before humans had the dominion. We have proof scientifically and through anthropology that, in fact, the earth suffered an ice age. We have proof of skeletal remains that what we call dinosaurs existed. We don't see them today, do we? You think you do when you see a crocodile. You think you do when you see a rhino. But at the end of the day, you know, there were pre-existing pre-human things. We think when we talk history, we're talking about the history of the world. When we talk about humans, humans have its own compartment of history. Something was on this earth before humans got on it. And those items that he said come forth were already a part of those eras as well. So when he told the earth, the stuff that I put in you, I want to pull out of you. Come on up here. He pulled them out. He said, y'all come forth. They were already there. He already made them. He said, bring forth. He told the seas, bring forth. He told the earth, bring forth. It was already there because he made it in Genesis 1:1. By the time we get to Genesis 1:2, we're talking about a whole different time. So my point to you all, not getting lost, beautiful segue, is you don't know what's in you. All you are, all I am is a mud pie walking. I don't know what all he put in me. And the only way I can get out of me what will please him is to sit with him because he put it in me. He know where he hid it. He know where he tucked it. He know what it will do. I might even be using it, but don't know its pure and true purpose and use. But he will be able to pull it out of me in a time most appropriate. And then I can be more pleasing to him because I sit with him in the seventh day. He can pull my Ishai out. He can pull my Azar out. He can pull my aid out. He can pull my help out so that I can be what he has given me a job to do. And this, beloved, is where we have to get away from Christendom and stay into the kingdom way of operating, because Christendom says do the will, do the vision, do the mission of the organization. Kingdom says till the ground and come sit with me and I'll show you how to till the ground, even when the ground shifts, changes, tectonic plates move, and you see different creations from the earth. Tilling the ground is still about making sure what Elohim gave us and gave us dominion over is being operated according to his will and his plan. That's the whole purpose for the edict of the Torah. I don't know what all is inside of me until I sit down in Sabbath with him, and then he draws it out of me. What does he do in Sabbath? He puts you to sleep. And when you wake up, suddenly a helper is standing in front of you, and you can say, you know what? You're a part of my vision. You're a part of me. So I know you're not against me. No, you're not made from a mountain in the north or a mountain in the south. You made from the same, you made from you. So you was in me the whole time. Well, we're going to rock together. Let's get at it. And until you sit with him in Sabbath and he puts you down and puts you on the operating table and he draws out of you what he stitched into you before you even knew what you were. Oh, I'm talking a whole lot better than y'all saying amen.
Wow. Amen, Apostle.
Really? That's all we got? Nobody, nothing else? That's it? I'm gonna stop. Okay. Okay. So, well, I came on. I guess I'm done now. Okay. So I can shift now to the next question, because y'all get now that Yahweh called out of man the female, gave it its own pulchritude, left the male in the human, and did some upgrades to human 2.0, which she rocking in. And now the two must work together equally in order for the job of the human to be done in the earth, because when he made the human, he made the male and female, and they had the job of tilling the ground. And then Yahweh put procedures in place in Genesis chapter 3, whereas woman, yes, you are made better than man. However, I made it that he was going to be first. You will be second. When you have the child out of your incubating process that his seed will give you, you will not let your love go to the child. You'll let your love go back to your husband, and the husband, per my commandment, will take the charge and the lead over you all. Man, I love teaching that. Because when we finally get that, we will stop all this foolishness about what is submission and what it means to be submitted. And I ain't going to be submitted to nobody. And you got to come, and I'm 50-50, and you got what you bring to the table. And here's my list of what my partner from God is going to look like. If you got a list of what your partner from God is supposed to look like, who you got that list from? Who gave you the understanding that this is what your person of lifelong interest should look like? Get somewhere and sit down and know that he is God, because you are making yourself God with your list.
That's a wow for me.
Could that list come from the knowledge of from the fruit of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil? Yes, Tracy, our communities and families would be so much healthier and stronger if we understood this. So true. Here's my love language. My spouse got to understand my love language. You got a love language. Okay. How about the fact that he is love? Let his language be it. My love language. We come up with some weird stuff, man, and make it gospel. Get other people to go with it and flow with it. Somebody say the whatness of Elohim. I think's in my soul, man.
What is Elohim?
You don't know what you are unless you are in him. You don't know what all is in you unless you avail yourself to him. Think about it. We sing the song. It just makes more sense when you get it this way. When we sit here and we talk about it and we say, you know, Father, if you find anything in me that shouldn't be, take it out of me, right? Well, that would require you sitting in Sabbath. He ain't going to just have that operation on days 1 through 6. That operation is scheduled on day 7 every week. Oh, right. I told y'all I can't get a ticket to Patmos, right? I did tell y'all that I do not know. I'm gonna have to research where Patmos is, because I think I'm a resident. I think y'all have made me an honorary resident of Patmos. Oh, see, your silence means that y'all have committed me to Patmos. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
They say silence is consent. I don't know. All right. So have we covered pretty much all the bases we needed to cover on that one? Does everybody get that you don't know what you are, what's inside of you? You don't know how much is inside of you until you sit down in Sabbath with Elohim. Thus, the 7th day has a very significant meaning. And remember, Yahweh blessed things in other days he made, but he blessed the day, not things in it. He blessed the day of the 7th day. I'm going to say it again. He blessed things in other days, 1 through 6. But he literally blessed the whole day of the seventh. That bears noting. Okay. Veronica says, yes, I was this day old when I learned that. All right. Regina, what you got?
Earlier, you was sharing how Elohim put Adam to sleep on the seventh day.
Mm-hmm.
Would that mean that Elohim worked on the seventh day?
No, again, that's what she's talking about. You know, people are saying that, oh, well, he made woman on the seventh day. No, he did not. It was already made. He just pulled it out of him.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Anybody else not getting that? Please don't feel bad about asking questions because we can't help unless you ask the question. So Elohim is not working when he makes woman. In day 7, he sits man down to show man why man was made. Because man don't know why he made until day 7. That's why I asked you earlier in the program, everybody, if Adam was made at the very end of day 6 and everything else was already made, up and functioning, operating and moving, when he shows up at the very end, he doesn't know. He didn't build the Garden of Eden. He didn't build the world. He didn't build the seas. He didn't build the birds. He didn't build the ox. He didn't build the donkeys. He don't know what this stuff is. And I'm here to do what? Yahweh got to bring him up. He's got to be orientated. When do you think the day of orientation was?
Day 7.
Day 7.
Day 7.
Sabbath is so important. We can make another quote. Sabbath is a day of orientation for my work week. All right. Sabbath is a day of orientation for my life, for my work week. All Sabbaths are designed to bring orientate your mind to what is to happen, what is happening. Until you actually do Sabbath as Sabbath, you will never understand the value of Sabbath. I'm just a talking head up here. If you've never sat in Sabbath for the purpose of Sabbath. I don't mean calling Sabbath the Sabbath and then going to church on the Sabbath and saying, well, the Sabbath, we go to church or we do this. I'm talking about really doing Sabbath per the instructions for Sabbath. If there's a challenge in the world that I would love to see done for all of humanity, you wouldn't have to teach the gospel to anybody if everybody did Sabbath, just took Sabbath Friday at sundown till Saturday at sundown on the Gregorian calendar and just read the first 5 books of Torah and read it to understand it, not to antagonize it, not to fight with it, not to debate it, but for the purpose of resting your mental and resting you're resting your soul in that day and using Torah to be the balm and the salve. You won't have to teach people about God. You just teach them how to Sabbath. He'll introduce himself through his word, and they won't come up with a whole bunch of different doctrines. I promise you. So until you've actually done that, what I'm saying is just some guy with a gray beard eating dates online. Now somebody got me coveting goat cheese, which I will find to enhance the dates and the quality of these dates.
Tell me how you like it.
I didn't understand the word you said. Are you speaking in tongues? Pentecost Sunday. I don't believe in Pentecost Sunday. I don't believe in Pentecost Sunday. Mm-hmm.
Tell me how you like it. Thank me later.
I will do. Pastor Spencer. Gosh, I miss your voice. How are you? She there? Oh, I wish she was there. Okay.
Shabbat shalom, sir.
Hey! I miss your voice. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
You know, I'm going to say, but for and by his grace, there go I. I hope you give that big man, that great man, a hug for me, too. Let him know I'm thinking about him.
Absolutely.
Are we learning anything today, Pastor?
I am enjoying the nuggets that are being shared. So, yes.
Okay. Someone had a question. Who was up on mic next? Somebody said something. Who was that? Moderators? Someone came off mic?
I believe it was Regina.
That was earlier. It was answered for me. Thank you.
Whoever you were that came off mic and had not gotten response from me, please let me know who you are so I can give you the floor. Okay.
Chrysla. I could be after whoever that person was. It's up to you.
All right. Go ahead, Chrysla. You got the floor.
Okay. This was just a thought. So I was thinking, what could there have been a chronological leap when Ishai was created? Like, could she have been on like another seventh day, not like the very first seventh day?
Anything could be. We won't know it until we're along with him later. We have the writ here recording it. Could it be? Of course. Is it likely, based on the way the text is written and based on the way that Adam, it could have been on another seventh day. It could have been, Chrysla. But we do know it was a day of rest.
Right.
That part we do know. Could it have been 3 weeks? Maybe it took him 3 weeks to learn all the inventory. You know, if we want to use that as a conversation piece, could it be? It could happen. You know, angels in the outfield. It could happen. Could there have been a chronological leap? It could have been. I'm looking less likely that that's the case because of the proximity of Adam's assignment. But Krista, it could be. So I can say that. And some will say, see, I got him. We got him, trapped him in this. No. It could be. Do I think it's probable? No. Could be. Anything is possible. I do not think it is probable here, though it could be. And since there's no other place I can find anything that indicates multiple weeks or Sabbaths from there, I'm going with that Sabbath that he made man. The next day he put man in his care. But even if it did, that womb man was made Sabbaths later, it doesn't take away from any of the story of salvation, the historicity of humanity. So I hope that answers the question.
It does. Not a big factor. It wasn't a big factor. I was just wondering only because him having to figure out or speak all of the animals, don't necessarily see that happening in 24 hours.
And again, that's you and me being human. This is in a day when Adam, as a man, as a child, without the knowledge of good and evil in his head, Adam is like a baby. You'd be surprised how fast a baby sucks up like a sponge information, sense from smell, visuals from sight, sounds from hearing, experiences from touch. It's amazing. Adam's brain that's a different time. You have the power of Elohim. He is literally alone on the planet with the presence of Elohim. It's a whole different thing. There aren't even other human beings. There's like 7 trillion, how many people on the planet right now? 8 billion on the planet, something like that. There's only one. Yahweh. I mean, not that much traffic would cause Elohim to have like an internet slow delivery. No, it's this is him and Elohim. I hate to reference a movie, The Matrix. It's just a download. It's not even necessarily like he's walking him through the garden, and once he gets to a centipede, after he searches for grub to find a centipede, does he say that's a centipede? It's I think it's different. I'm going to think it's different. It's not as convoluted then as it is today with us, though we can have that direct vein. Does that make sense, Chrysler? Did she leave?
Yeah, I was trying to get to the mic. Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. All right. So any other questions while we're on this topic before we switch gears to another topic in the Torah? Remembering, so if you got a question or a statement you want to make now about these topics we've been talking about, please say your name, make your comments online or what have you, and we will go from there. Also, remembering that Sabbath keeping and Shabbat, as it were, are about his word all day, leading the way of what you're viewing. So as Isaiah stated in Isaiah chapter 58, verses 13 through 14, if you will honor Sabbath, not doing your own thing, not seeking your own pleasures, not speaking your own words, but if you call the Sabbath a delight, if you call the Sabbath honorable of Yahweh your Elohim, and then honor him by not doing your own, or speaking your own words. So if you're not speaking your own words, then it is an indictment that he wants you to speak his words. And his words, at the time Isaiah says this, is in fact what Isaiah propagates: the Torah, the mitzvah, the commands of Elohim, because he wants us to know them. So when we encounter life, we have these tools and these weapons that are not carnal to pull out at those times. All right. Wanda, I think that's an interesting point Wanda makes. She put something on Facebook. I'll put it on screen for those of you viewing, and I'll read it for those of you in Clubhouse. She makes a statement regarding what Crystal was talking about. I'm not going to wait a bunch of time here, but I thought it was interesting. She states, maybe the ark, maybe that time, like Crystal was saying, we were talking about with Adam, we can't see it in our modern day human world, that vast inventory was done in a seventh day. But how Elohim downloads information into a human body that he just put his whole hand on and made. Maybe it was like when the ark, maybe it was like the ark when the animals were presenting themselves to the ark. Moshe did not go around and send an email. He did not use a carrier pigeon to tell, not Moshe, Noah. Noah is the ark. I said Moshe by mistake. Noah is the character in the ark storyline. And there was no carrier pigeon taking a message to all the different animals with invitations and reservations to get on the ark. You know, we're going to have a cruise, everybody. And you too are invited. Yes, just you, Mr. and Mrs. Giraffe, you, Mr. and Mrs. Baboon. You know, that wasn't the case. So how did they know to get to the ark? You know, so Elohim downloading and Elohim directing what he created is what he does. Does he interfere with the world now that the plan for it is already put in place? He tries not to. Even so much that if you think about it, Yeshua HaMashiach is Elohim's interference in the world, but he still, before he tries to, though he made the world, that which made the world still would not affect the world, except it utilized the same type of agent. It gave dominion of the world to, of the earth to. So he came in through flesh just to show flesh how to do what he gave humanity the job to do, how to please the Father. Though the word could have destroyed the earth because it made the earth, Elohim gave his only begotten son, his word, in form of sinful flesh to show that which is in the world, how it can accomplish the task the first Adam messed up on. And so this is an important narrative of what that looks like and why we need to sit with him and read the Torah. But Elohim, his word, it is him, it is our salvation, and he does not make it his business to interfere with the world now that he has set it up, created it, put it in motion, except he operates through an entity he's created in the earth, and he's done that one time with Yeshua HaMashiach, just so that humanity could see it is possible in a flesh suit to obey Elohim in this un-Elohim towards world because of the inception of the knowledge of good and evil in the human person. So I said a lot of words there. I said very intentional words there, and I hope that they are understood by the masses. So yes, maybe it's like the ark when the animals were presenting themselves to the ark of Noah in that day. Michelle Flagg makes a good statement too on Facebook, YouTube actually. She says, having the knowledge of good and evil as a result of disobedience taints our perspective and or our perceptions. No truer words been said than that. And I like the part of as a result of disobedience, because I am a firm believer that Adam and Ishai would have been introduced to the tree and allowed to partake in its fruit, but in obedience had they allowed Yahweh to make the encounter. Instead, evil, knowing a little bit, caused them to be disobedient and engage in that fruit. Whereas if they had been obedient and engaged in that fruit, our perspectives and perceptions would be different. But because it was done in disobedience, it has definitely changed and affected perception and perspective. Very good statement, Michelle Flagg. Thanks for your participation. All righty. Now, I'm still dealing with this whatness of Elohim. Does anybody understand that that his word, he was very true when he said, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh, who is our Elohim. It is a clear indictment of the whatness of Elohim, the creative power of Elohim in all things and in all that we do. If you want it, if you want to know what Elohim is doing in your life, what he has for your life, you got to sit with him in Sabbath and the Moedims. Tracy makes a statement. Hey, Tracy, shalom to you, love. Shabbat shalom. Tracy asks a question. Apostle, why do you believe Adam and Eve would have been introduced to the tree of good and evil? I just want your insight on that. Tracy, here's the question. Here's the answer to that. Throughout the Bible, in the storylines of Torah, or in the storylines of the Tanakh, in the storylines of the Brit Hadassa, that's Old and New Testaments, that stem from and have been inspired by the Torah, we find this mode of operation with Elohim. He does not tempt humanity. So if Elohim made something in the earth, he made it for man to use. He made it usable by man. Man has right to participate and to partake in everything and anything with moderation, prayerfully with instruction, of whatever's been made on the earth. Everything has a purpose. Everything has a real reason. And man can come to the knowledge of that and thereby be engaging in it by that knowledge. So to answer the question, why do I believe that they would have been introduced to the tree? Because the tree, Yahweh was very specific. Clearly, you could eat the tree because it's fruit. People have said that our God is so petty that he put the tree to tempt them. Yahweh does not tempt man like that. And even when you see a place where he was noted to have tempt, if you look the word up, tempt, it wasn't to tempt them, it was to test them, meaning they already had knowledge. Now, how do you use it, right? And that would elevate you to a new place, just like we do in our school systems. We test, but if you call the test the temptation, it takes on a new narrative, right? It takes on a different narrative, but that's really all it was. So in this issue with Adam and Ishai, he tells them, all the trees you see, you can eat of them. However, don't eat of that tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Okay. And Yahweh would not give them something or the animals something in the garden. If you want to go that whole clear scope in your view, he would not have put that in the garden to tempt them. That has purpose. That tree and its fruit has purpose. It's also a part of their job set and their skill set. So I am a firm believer, based on the principles that have already been set down as to how Elohim operates, his mode of operation, that he will not tempt man, and he doesn't make something just to make it. He makes it with purpose. And that tree of knowledge of good and evil, especially at a time when Adam and Ishai never, though existing, encountered the rewards of engaging evil. Everything that they'd had up until that point was good. If you read the book of Bereshit, it will tell you days 1 through 6, it was all good. When Adam came, it was very good. When they were in the seventh day in chapter 2, it was all good. And even up to chapter 3, everything was good. There was no residue. There was no reward of evil because evil had not been engaged. It wasn't until the serpent found a way, however long it took, to engage and get their compliance to disobey. And in that, man experienced the results of evil. They got kicked out of their residency that was made for them, tailor-made for them. They were tailor-made for it, rather. Put it that way. Man was tailor-made for the earth, so much so that man was made from the earth. And that's why people say, oh, they got a green thumb. Every one of you have the ability to plant well any garden you want. Your mind, because of knowledge of good and evil, tells you you can't plant. You are as organic to planting as the plant itself. You are a tree. So planting and gardening is not something you will have a problem with. All right. We make ourselves, because of what we've done as humans and creating a civilization and a society around our knowledge of good and evil, and how we've structured empires, kingdoms, and of course communities. But once you're in the field, once you're in the wilderness, once you're in the wild, you may not be as savvy because you didn't grow up there, but you will adjust. You may fall victim to whatever, if it's your time to go, but you will automatically and organically adjust to the wild. We've just been civilized so long. We don't think we would, but you are as organic to horticulture as agriculture is to horticulture. Now, this is why I don't believe Yahweh was not going to introduce them to that fruit. It is because he put it there. It has a purpose. It would have served a far more practical purpose than the perversions it's released on us because of disobeying, impatience, and not just waiting on Elohim to introduce it to us, because they were in all good up until then, and then it went all bad. Tracy, I hope that helps. All right. Now, we had a question on an earlier Sabbath study, Minister Jackie's room, because the UK is probably out of Sabbath now, and they're still listening in. Love you, Tracy. The question was around Exodus, Shemot, chapters 1 and 2, and Moshe. So the one thing I want to make sure we're clear about Sabbath keeping is that in Sabbath keeping, we speak, teach, and run all concepts and ideas based on the core and foundation of Torah. Sometimes a joke or two might take us off that path, but staying in line with it, because Torah is life and life is from Torah. So in Exodus, we're going to leave from Shemot. We're going to leave Bereshit and go to Shemot. Shemot chapter 2. And someone had the question for me, and I want to make sure I put it back out there. So I think it was Minister Jackie. Who was that, Minister Jackie, that had that question? Was it Wanda? Is Minister Jackie still up? She might be passed out sleep by now. All right, Minister Jackie gone. Oh, she'll be so mad at me.
I'm still here.
Hey, you still with us out there? What time is it in the UK?
It's coming up to midnight.
Yeah, I thought so. I sense the sand in the eyes. We good?
Thank you.
Who had that question that ended the study?
Today it was Minister Wanda.
Okay, so Minister Wanda, what was your question? She here?
Yes, sir, I'm here. The question was in regards to chapter 2, verse 14 and verse 15 in regards to the word thing. And so my question is that in verse 14, thing refers to an act, and you stated that in verse 15, thing was different. But when we look it up in the concordance, the etymology is still the same. It's still referencing it as an act. And so my question was to be able to explain that correctly. How would we when it's still the same reference?
To explain that correctly to someone you happen to be in a study with, so that you're not coming and talking out of both sides of your head. Okay. So if you look at the chapter, and let's get into the passage, Shemot, Exodus chapter 2. We'll bring this back into context so everybody can understand it. Verse 1, there went a man of the house of Levi. He took a wife, a daughter of Levi. The woman conceived. She bare a son. She saw him. He was a goodly child. She hid him 3 months. She could no longer hide him. She took him and made an ark for him of bulrush, daubed it with slime and pitch, put the child therein, laid it in the flags of the river's brink, and the sister stood afar off to watch what would be done with him. The daughter of Pharaoh, came down to wash herself at the river. Her maidens walked along the river's side. When she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maids over to fetch it. Verse 6, when she had opened it, she saw a child, and behold, the babe was weeping. And she had compassion on the babe and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the maid went, called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. The child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter. He then became her son, and she called his name Moshe. And she said, because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days when Moshe was grown, chronological leap, that he went out unto his brethren and looked upon their burdens. He spied an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew, one of his brethren, and he looked this way and he looked that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian. He then hid the Egyptian in the sand. And when he went out on the second day, behold, there were 2 men of Hebrews striving together, meaning fighting at each other. And Moshe said to him that did the wrong, why are you smiting your fellow? And he said in a slick way, who made you prince and judge over us? You intend to kill me like you killed that Egyptian? And Moshe feared and said, surely this thing is known. Verse 15. Now, chronological leap. Well, not really, sorry. Now, when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. All right. So in your question, and I want everybody to pay attention to this because it's significant, you are listening to a story of Moshe from birth until he's 40. There is a lot of time. There are 4 decades covered in verse 1 of this chapter to verse 11. Can everybody acknowledge that? There are 40 years being covered from verse 1 of chapter 2 down to verse 11.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
yes, Apostle.
Okay. Now, I want y'all to engage with me to get this answer out, because what she's asking is in verse number 14, putting it on the screen for you guys, when he said, "Who made you prince over us? Do you intend to kill me like you did that Egyptian you thought nobody saw?" Moshe feared, like every human does, and says, "Uh-oh, surely what I did is known." Verse 15, here is the question. Now, when Pharaoh heard this thing, Pharaoh sought to kill Moshe. So Moshe fled. All right. So seems like a simple task, right? But it's not. Because as you know, we teach you to utilize your concordance. So when she looks up thing in the book of the concordance, it is the Strong's Index Hebrew word 1697. It is the word debal. Now, debal is from the word 1696. Well, that word references debar, and debar means perhaps properly to arrange, but used figuratively of words, meaning to speak, rarely in a destructive sense, to subdue, to answer, to appoint, to bid, to command, to commune, to declare, to destroy, to give, to name, to promise, to pronounce, to rehearse, to say, to speak, be, spokesman, subdue, talk, teach, tell, think, use, utter, work well. Okay. Now that's where debal comes from. So now when you go back to the word thing in verse 14, it is the word debal in this sense, the Hebrew word H1697. That means, as you will see clearly here, it is a word by implication as a matter of a spoken thing. Verbally, a cause. It is an act. It could be advice. It could be an affair. It could be an answer, any such thing. Because of a book, a business, a care, a cause, a case, a certain rate, a chronicle, a commandment, a communication concerning of, a conferring, a counsel. It could be all these definitions. Now watch, I'm going to make it because you need to know how to do this. It could be a dearth, a decree, a deed, a disease, something that's due, a duty, an effect, eloquent, an errand, an evil, favoredness, a glory, or a harm, a hurt, an iniquity, a judgment, a language, a lying, a manner, a matter, a message, no thing, an oracle, an alt, parts, pertaining to, please, portion, power, promise, provision, a purpose, a question, a rate, a reason, a report, a request, something that has and will be at haste, something said, some sake, some saying, some sentence, some sign, some uncleanness, something, somewhat to say, some song, speech, spoken, talk, task, that there done, a thing concerning, a thought, thus, tidings, whatever, whatsoever, wherewith, which, word, and what kind of work. So what you guys are seeing is the word thing in its primitive root and in its practical root has a myriad of definitions. So thing to us in the English is a person, place, or thing. It's a noun. But thing in the Hebrew intention means and could mean any of all of these. So you can't just say because they use Moshe said in verse 14, or the storyline in Moshe says in verse 14 that who made you prince over us? And Moshe said, surely this thing is known. This thing could be a myriad of things that you just found in the definition for the word debar. It could be an act. It could be a prophecy. It could be an omen. This thing could be a bunch of things. So everybody thinks, as we were discussing earlier today, that thing here in 14 was the same as thing in 15, because we're talking about an Egyptian dying. So Moshe leaves Egypt because he, the prince of Egypt, killed an Egyptian under him. And so Pharaoh got mad at him, his prince, and wanted to kill his prince because the prince killed an Egyptian under the prince, because the Egyptian was fighting a slave in the Egyptian's land, who the prince saw an Egyptian beating a slave and killed the Egyptian for beating a slave. Now the Pharaoh is mad at his own prince for killing an Egyptian and wants to kill his own son. Y'all follow so far?
Yes.
Because verse 15 leads in and then says, now when Pharaoh heard this thing, well, he sought to kill Moshe. Does anybody believe that if you're the queen or you're the king and your son or your daughter does something in the land that they will be king or queen over once you demise, that you're going to kill your son for killing a servant of your domain?
No.
So clearly these things are different, aren't they?
Yeah.
But because of us and our entitlement within Christianity, we think we know everything because we got some English definitions for words used way back then, and it just makes sense here. You got to use that word and look for the probable define of that word, because that word in the concordance has, my God, how many meanings? Look to the left of your screen. Look to the right of your screen. I'll put my Bible on the screen so you can see the concordance. Look how many definitions are in the word thing. The word debar. We can start at 1696. I mean, there are what, 20 in there? Maybe more. Then you go back to the word for thing, debar in 1697, and we're pushing tens of definitions. You got to find the right one that fits. So the one for me is oracle. Why is that probably the one that was used? Because if you know the story of Moshe, when he was born, was by the oracles an omen. He was supposed to be, at the time, they believed a deliverer of the Hebrews would be born. So when Pharaoh at that time heard from his soothsayers, there is an oracle, there is an omen that will be delivering our slaves from us, as is the omen and the prophecy. So Pharaoh of this story puts an edict out that every Hebrew boy born in Egypt is to be gator bait, meaning thrown into the river Nile and killed. Keep the girls alive, but you kill all the boys, 2 years and under. Horrible, inhumane decree. But this was to snuff out the oracle. Somebody say the thing.
The thing.
And so when Pharaoh does his deed, he believes that's been taken care of. But you and I know the backdrop. You and I find out in verses number I'm going to pull my Bible up on screen so y'all can see it. In verses number 7 and 6, actually, you find out verse 3, when Yoshabel could no longer hide the child, she took him and put him in an ark of bulrush. She daubed it with slime and pitch, put the child in it, and laid it in the flags at the river's bank. And his sister Miriam stood afar off to watch what would happen. Verse 5. And the daughter of Pharaoh, whose dad just made a decree to kill every male boy of Hebrew descent and throw him in the Nile. So she's out washing and doing whatever in the Nile, as is her custom. She's got a house on the riverbank, right? And his daughter, who's grown, is living apart from her dad Pharaoh, but connected and protected by her dad Pharaoh on the riverbank of the Nile, which they all honored and used as transportation. And so while she's washing or whatever, in there she finds this ark, and she pulls it near, finds it's a boy, and in her world and mind, she's like, oh my God. She has compassion. It's a Hebrew. Shh, don't tell nobody. My dad just sent an edict out for all the Hebrew boys to be killed. And this little boy, oh my God, who could do this? So she takes compassion on this Hebrew male against her father's edict. Miriam, hanging out on the banks, she comes over because the girl is fine. She comes over and says, hey, would you like me to find a Hebrew woman to nurse this child? Yeah, go do that for me. I'll give you guys wages. So she sends for the boy's mom. She don't even know. The Egyptian woman don't know it initially, but Miriam does. Miriam goes and gets the mother, not just some Hebrew. She gets Yoshabel to come back and do this baby. As you read the text, she then states, watch this closely. She then states, verse 6, when she saw the child, she opened it. She had compassion on the child. It was a Hebrew's child. Verse 7, she said to sister of Pharaoh, to his sister, to Pharaoh's daughter, go and call a nurse. Pharaoh, verse 8, Pharaoh's daughter said, yes, go. The maid went, called the child's mother. Verse 9, Pharaoh's daughter said, take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you wages. The woman took the child and nursed it. So Yoshabel got her baby back, right? But she could not reveal much more. Verse 10, the child grew, say chronological leap. Decades go by here, y'all. The child grew, became the Pharaoh's daughter's son. Pharaoh's daughter called the name of the baby Moshe. She said, because I drew him out of the waters, verse 11, and it came to pass in those days when Moshe was grown that he went out amongst his brethren. Okay? And so while he's doing what he does, Moshe encounters an Egyptian doing something to a Hebrew. And something comes over Moshe, and Moshe kills this man. Now, Moshe is the prince of Egypt. Moshe doesn't have to run from his father, the Pharaoh, who he is in line to replace because he killed a citizen of Egypt. He is the law. Moshe is not running from Pharaoh because of verse 14. Okay, so look at verse 14. In verse 14, he says, watch, I'll read verse 12. And he looked, verse number 11. And Moshe, when he was grown, it came to pass that he went out, looked on their burden, spied out an Egyptian. He wasn't spying, he just happened to see it. Watching an Egyptian smiting another Hebrew, one of his brethren, a Hebrew, and he looked on this way and he looked on that way, and Moshe saw that no one was there, so he killed the Egyptian. He hid the Egyptian in the sand. He didn't think anybody saw him. Verse 13, 2 days later, Moshe goes out, sees two Hebrews fighting each other, and the person who was known to be wrong, he said to him, hey, why did you hit your brother? Why you hit your fellow? He says, oh, wait a minute, who made you judge and prince over us? Do you intend to kill me like you killed that Egyptian? Well, you ain't think I saw that, huh? Moshe was like, oh, snap. He said, oh, man, this thing, I thought I got that hit pretty good. This thing is known. So what thing is known? Anybody know? What thing is Moshe worried about?
Rogers.
Go, Rogers.
The killing of the Egyptian.
Moshe, for some reason, is worried about the killing of the Egyptian. One, he figured he didn't have, he's Moshe. He could have reported this. He not only reported, he could have just let it be, said, hey, Pop, buddy got out of hand. I had to execute him. I am the law in Egypt. Moshe is the prince of Egypt. Pharaoh is not going to kill his heir over this. So thing in verse 14 is different than thing in verse 15. Are we making sense?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So though you get this in theory, when you're sitting with a bunch of Christians and you really don't have a chance to talk about this stuff, like, man, what are you talking about? How do I explain this rightly when making these things clear? So you use your concordance. So I admonish everybody, you need a concordance to understand the Old Testament text. Y'all use the Greek really, really, really well for your New Testament passages, but you don't use it for your Hebrew passages in the actual Torah, and you don't use all the definitions. Again, let me show you how many definitions are there for the word debar. Just look as I scroll up the screen. Look to the right of your screen, Strong's definitions for the word debar. Look how many definitions there are. Each comma is a different definition. In them, they vary. They're different. Thing could mean iniquity. Thing could be judgment. Thing could be a message. Thing could be a saying. Thing could be something unclean. Thing could be something that is done. Thing could be a tidings. So there's many definitions. One of those definitions is oracle. So now we know that Moshe feared, verse 14, and said, surely this oracle is known? No. This act thing, meaning act, yes, this act I did, this murder I did is known by somebody other than me, because I thought I was the only one who knew beside the guy that I was fighting with, you know what I mean, and whatever. So we still don't even know if this was the guy that, you know, Moshe saved from the Egyptian. Quite frankly, we don't know. We don't know if it's a whole nother dude who was just sitting out trolling at night, smoking a joint or something in Egypt, and saw Moshe fussing and seeing these two Egyptians going at it and ducked behind the woods so he wouldn't get in trouble because he shouldn't be out there. And suddenly he sees Moshe really, you know, doing some weird stuff and buries the body. So at the end of the day, you know, like, okay, Moshe like that. Oh, okay. Next day, he happens to be in a situation. He's arguing and fighting. Moshe in that region stops by and says, hey, why you guys fighting? Man, you was wrong. Why'd you hit him? Oh, bro, wait a minute, hold up. So, oh, you gonna kill me like you killed that Egyptian? Man, I got something on you, player. See, and what many people don't understand is that there is the authority of Moshe, but the mentality and the compel of Moshe now in heart, because he's getting to a point where he's about to transition into becoming the deliverer 40 years later. So this is a catapulting event. why he responds the way he does and feels he needs to bury the death of this guy when he could have simply drug him through the streets and been like, I killed him. Anybody got something to say? Easily Moshe could have done that, but he doesn't. Why? We don't know. Only thing I know is that this is what gets him to the burning bush. That's a whole nother process, but we don't know. So at end of day, he has done this. This guy sees it, whether it's the guy he was defending, who now felt like he had some clout, or whether it was the guy, like I say, smoking a joint, walking at night, shouldn't have been there, and was like, yo, let me hide back here. Ooh, interesting, right? But in the day, Moshe now realizes, the thing that I've done, somebody know about. I thought it was clear. Ooh, not good. Then your Bible just jumps into verse 15. So verse 15 uses thing again, but it's not the same thing as verse 14. So verse 15 says, when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. Again, the actual entitlement of Christianity. We think verse 15 is connected to verse 14. The only way it's connected is that Pharaoh is given information about Moshe's origin. See, because for Pharaoh to want to kill Moshe over another Egyptian makes no sense, unless Pharaoh is infuriated that a task he put out 40 years ago, this person's a product of that. I'm finding out now through this random murder from this guy who wants favor, that he thinks that Moshe is a child surviving from my edict 40 years ago, and my daughter hid this from me. She brought him to me, deemed her his mother, and that child raised in my home, now able to take over my throne. And therefore, you mean to tell me Moshe is a Hebrew? I thought he was an Egyptian. He was a Hebrew, and a Hebrew from the era I tried to kill all these boys. This joker made it out and I raised him. Somebody say that thing different from the other thing.
That thing is different from the other thing. The other thing.
So in the sense that verse 15 says, however Pharaoh gets the storyline of what's happening, Evie Ray, stop. Yes, Evie Ray, it has, quite frankly. But the Bible just jumps to get to the storyline. And so even in the Torah, Moshe had a limited amount of stuff he could really share with us from what he gotten from Yahweh. He said, if I found favor in your sight, show me your glory. Yahweh shows him his glory, but he only shows him the past. Anywho, so Moshe has this to reveal to us, and he indicates, now when Pharaoh hears about this thing, it's not the same thing as verse 14. Verse 14 may have triggered the onflow, the breaking of the dam of information that came behind this. We're going to call it a scandal, okay? Which is really not a scandal, because Moshe is the authority in Egypt. Moshe is responsible for expanding Egypt 13 nations. Moshe, every nation he conquered under Seti, his father, he learned their language fluently and therefore became the ambassador to them from Egypt and the conqueror of those 13 nations. So Moshe is not just some, rich kid under Pharaoh. Moshe is a warrior. He's that dude, right? And so he's also in line when Seti dies, to take over the throne. Even though Seti has a blood son called Ramses. And this is not just some thing I'm throwing out there. This is worldwide known. This comes from even the actual writings within Egypt, the writings within some other biblical era documentation and literature that indicts that, yes, there was a real Moshe, and his name was stricken from every obelisk, every writing in Egypt. Why? For not the fact that he expanded the nation 13 nations. He defeated 13 nations and brought them under Egypt. No help of Seti, no help of Ramses, other than the political, headship. Ramses out on his own campaigns, and Moshe is doing what he does. Why is his name removed? Fine, he killed an Egyptian. You ain't removing his name from every obelisk, from every python, from every city of Ramses. You're not removing his name from the records of Egypt just because he killed an Egyptian as the prince of Egypt? That's not why you're removing his name. You're removing his name because you found out he was Hebrew. And you didn't know, Pharaoh. Your daughter had compassion in her heart and brought the very thing not known then you were trying to kill and kept it alive. She didn't know she was keeping the oracle alive. She didn't know she was keeping the prophecy alive, but she did have compassion on a baby male in the water. And she paid a woman who happened to be the child's mother to nurse him. Moshe didn't really understand his own situation. He heard rumor that he could be, remember, he's being, though raised Egyptian, raised by a Hebrew. So there's gotta be some innuendo implied, some conversations had around him as a young child. But once he becomes Pharaoh raised, those conversations cease and desist, and it is safe for him not to know his origin. So it is quite probable Moshe didn't understand why he had an affinity for his Hebrew slaves. That's really what they were to him. He was Egyptian for every intents and purposes. He is a prince of Egypt. These are his slaves, but for some reason, he's had this affinity for the Egyptian people, for the Hebrew people. And his mother, his nanny, Yoshabel, and his his other nanny is his literal sister. He doesn't know that. Moshe doesn't know that. And they don't need him to know that, because the whole purpose of the whole ark and the whole purpose of the water is to keep him safe. If this is revealed at any point, he's dead, because he was a part of the era of the edict to kill every child under 2 that was a male. That's why when Pharaoh found out, verse 15, now read it. Now, when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. Is this helping with clarity for anybody? Or
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yes, this is great.
storyline read better?
Absolutely. Much better.
You got to pay attention to chronological leaps. You got to pay attention to literal scenes, and you have to have the knowledge of what they're talking about culturally. So many people don't know that from chapter 1 of Exodus, the book of Shemot, you have multiple pharaohs, but all you see is the word Pharaoh. So you don't know that this is a different Pharaoh in this verse than the Pharaoh in the next verse, because the title is Pharaoh. You just assume it's only chapter 1 and chapter 2, got to be the same Pharaoh. Maybe one died and the son took over. So Moshe from chapter 1, chapter 2 is dealing with Seti, his dad, his granddad, who treats him like a son. And by the time he comes back, he's dealing with his brother, treated like a brother, Ramses, to set the people free. So Moshe at age 40 is now found out he's a Hebrew. Said he wants to kill him because he's been tricked for 40 years. I can see how that anger is. And then he runs, flees from Seti, goes into Midian, stays up there for another 40 years. He comes back, and guess who's on the throne? The young man he was pretty much raised with, Ramses. And then from there, Moshe lives an additional 40 years, and now he is king, you say judge, of Israel, because Yahweh uses this man at age 80 to fulfill the prophecy of a deliverer. So Pharaoh in verse 15 of chapter 2 is angry because the effort he made to kill the male children in Egypt at that time, one got out, and you raised him in my home. Does Seti know at that moment that Moshe is the oracle, the omen, the prophecy? No, he doesn't. He doesn't know that, but he does know that my house betrayed me. Does Moshe know the betrayal? Not really. But when he does get wind of it, when all the scandal plays out, Pharaoh's ticked off. Moshe is like, oh, that explains a lot. And now I got to get out of here. This man trying to kill me. I know Seti will kill me. I got to go. I know his vengeance and his wrath and his anger. It's time for me to go. And he runs. He leaves. He doesn't call upon real Shabel. He doesn't call upon Miriam. He doesn't call upon Aaron. He don't know them like that. That's why the story is so beautiful later on when Aaron goes to meet him 40 years later, once he's had his experience with the burning bush. Chronological leaps are very much implanted all throughout the book of Shemot, and you must pay attention because you will automatically make the error of thinking these things are connected just because they're in the next verse. That's why you have to read the writ slow. You have to pay attention to everything, and I hope that helped. Wanda, does that help?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
So how would you teach it now? Talking about thing.
We would have to go to the concordance, look at the various definitions, and pick the one that fits contextually with the content and explain how they differ. Well,
you wouldn't have to explain how they differ. You would see it. So the exercise for how do I explain this type of situation, and there are many in your Bible. How do I explain this type of situation where the thing in 14 could easily be the thing in verse 15? But if you don't know the culture, you don't know why Pharaoh would be wanting to kill Moshe if Moshe is his son, prince, next in heir, next in line. Don't make sense because he killed an Egyptian. That don't make sense. How do I explain this? So now you got to go and look at what thing is. You don't look at, as Minister Wanda said, and I'm not coming for her, I don't like the phrase, you look at the various. You don't look at the various, you look at all of them. You look at all the definitions in the concordance for that word thing in that verse. That same word, debar, is the same word as debar in 15. But you have to use the extended primary roots and some of the suffixes of definitions. You have to go through them and see which word best fits, as she stated, contextually, the storyline. But you won't know contextually unless you've understood the culture, which is a product of having a concordance and using it prior to the story you're presently in, because that breaks down the idioms, it breaks down the coin phrases, the colloquialisms that you may not pay attention to because you thought that word then is the same as that word to you in your language now. You got to jump those lines to get the define. So when you go through debar, you got to look through there and see which one of those definitions makes sense. Because you can't just use the generalized one. Or because the story you just mouthed is directly connected to it and relegated to it. It's not that case. There's no reason Moshe would be hunted to be killed by Pharaoh because Moshe dealt with a subject in his own kingdom.
That's good. Thank you. Because I did look at all of the definitions, right? But I didn't think about oracle. So that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Because you just got to read. So from verse 1 to verse 11, you've jumped 40 years. And that's a significant thing. You've literally jumped 40 years in that process. From verse 1 to verse 11, or thereabouts. Apostle Walker made a statement online, understanding that there were a number of chronological leaps. That helped me to see the need to see that there was a different meaning for the same word. Awesome explanation. You're welcome, Apostle. Appreciate you so much. So I need y'all to understand that, Wanda, what did you write up here? You're talking and writing at the same time. He knows that this is his fear that he tried to eliminate, that a Hebrew could come against him. Moshe killed an Egyptian. He now knows that this is his fear that he tried to eliminate, that a Hebrew could come against him. And one of the things that most of y'all don't understand, not most of y'all don't understand, but most Christians don't realize about Hebrews, they were cutthroat. And just like any other group, people are always trying to get ahead, using whatever advantages they could get. So if Moshe is a dignitary, and just imagine modern day time, if you have somebody who is a family of prominence and political power, who has a son who does this thing he gets away with, he thinks he did, and then you got some bum, some just ghetto neighborhood person who saw this event and nobody else saw, but he saw it, and then they come out with this story that, hey, I know who killed that guy. You can make money on that. You can get some kind of clout on that. And these people in the days of Moshe were a lot like that. Why? Because they had been oppressed for 400 years. Why? Because you have people who prove this narrative. One of them's name was Dathan. Another man's name was Korah. And these men of Israel would sell information to the Egyptians so they could have higher seats of prominence over the Israeli people and play liaisons between Egypt and Israel's community. So people were always looking for different types of leverages to sell important information to the Egyptians to better their status in their community. And this is something that apparently could be the case with Moshe, and this guy automatically, oh, I hit him. I know I did, but you know I got something on you, bro. What you gonna do? You gonna kill me like you killed that Egyptian, bro? Forget queen or forget prince, forget Moshe, leader and champion of our nation. Yeah, I saw you. See, and that's what's weird. It's like, why would you even think to just slide Buddy's body under some sand and just take him down to the place and say, I'm Moshe, I killed him, in the discussion? Because he could do that. That's the kind of authority Moshe had in his own nation. Like, hey, I killed him, in the discussion. Tell his family if they want to talk about it, come see me at the and we'll go from there. But I killed him. What? Who gonna check me? But when you did this slick thing, which still makes no sense to me, somebody saw you. You didn't think you were seen. And so now you've got this, so who made you judge and boss over us, man? I know you the Prince of Egypt, but yeah, he being slick, he being flipped with the mouth. He's like, yeah, well, who told you you can judge us, bro? I saw you I saw you the other night. Oh, you didn't think I saw you, huh? Yeah, go over there. What's that? Ain't that your mound over there with that body in it? It's gonna start stinking after a while. People gonna start asking questions. What you want me to say? I know I'm wrong for hitting this man, but I'm gonna get off. Because I'm gonna get that information. I'm gonna tell it. Yeah, real talk. Now, for Moshe to even act more fearful of this is just human nature. For him to act even more fearful of this, you empower this bully, this thug, this narc, this snitch, this low life, morally and person to feel emboldened to go tell the story. Give it to EMTMZ, give it to the Inquirer, give it to whatever is salacious and defaming of character, and get yourself a scandal going and get paid off of it. Forget the damage you cause and create. But at the time when whatever happens, however Pharaoh heard about this, it stemmed other information that came out of the dark corners of the secrets that are in society. So there had to be some semblance of a rumor mill floating around that Moshe, you know what, man, I heard tell Moshe really wasn't no Egyptian, man. Yeah, I got on good evidence, man, that, you know, Amram, that's Amram and Yoshabel's boy. Yeah. Yep. Remember back when, man, about 40 years ago when they was missing a boy? Aaron wasn't born there, right? Aaron was already born. He was already older, but they had a boy around that time that Pharaoh was trying to kill all them boys in town. And they I mean, if you look at him in his face, he looked like Amram. Yep. See, when he smiled, he looked like Yoshabel. And truth is, I heard that Pharaoh's daughter, you know, she has this Hebrew nanny with that boy all that time. That's what I had heard of it. Yep. And see, all that kind of stuff starts coming up. So Pharaoh's thing was not Moshe's thing, though verse 14's thing stemmed the part of verse 15's thing. They were definitely different, though one triggered the other. 14's thing triggered 15's thing, and 15's thing is not about the murder of an Egyptian. It's about you lied to me, my daughter lied to me, and even if you ain't know it, I got to hold up my throne's edict by killing you because you should have been dead 40 years ago when I set that edict. Okay, so that was the question I said I would help to clear up. So again, how do you explain that in these types of situations? And you have these types of situations biblically in multiplicity. Biblically, you have to go into the definitions of those words. And it's best to do it when you're in Sabbath because Ruach can lead you. And as soon as it hits, you're like, oh, there you go. Ooh, that's the one that fits here. And it ain't a matter of you just guessing and putting something in and plugging something into a blank spot. Ruach will give you discernment, just like Adam in the seventh day, just like the birds and the bees and the animals come into the ark. Yahweh will infuse, and that revelation will come. I'm hoping this is helping to some people.
It's helping me, brother.
Yahweh be praised.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Rogers.
Elder Rogers, go. Y'all don't mind? I gotta chew on something, so I got some trail mix here. So I'm not being rude on purpose.
I don't mind. I mean, hey, because any one of us could go and eat at any time, but you're sort of like glued there where you are. What I was about to say was, if you don't know the culture, if you were not born and bred in the culture, you don't really know all of those nuances and all that kind of stuff. And then it's like the word thing. How are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to know all of this, that, and the other that you're bringing out? And if we don't have the resources of you and how you have been, such an inspiration and a spearhead in our studies, then the only thing that we would have is Ruach on the Sabbath. Because I would have never known to look at it this way or that way, or knowing the culture and knowing the idioms, and forget about ancient Hebrew and biblical Hebrew and modern. Forget all of that. However, I do have the benefit, that gift of sitting with Elohim's word in the Sabbath and letting him talk to me and reveal things to me. And with that, I yield.
Yeah, that's the gift. And that's the power of the seventh day. In part, and ultimately, I don't think many of us take that as seriously as we should.
Eugene.
Learning, watch this. When I first learned, be still and know that I am God, wasn't what I thought. When I learned from the writ and searching, using a concordance, what it means to be still and know that I am Elohim, right? When I filtered it through the Torah, I was like, oh my goodness, you meant for us to sit still in Sabbath and learn your words. That's how we know you are Elohim. But in Christendom, because of entitlement and authority of interpretation, we made it seem like, oh, God says, be still and know that I'm God. Just like he turned back the sundial for 1 hour in a 24-hour day and gave them the victory because he held the sun and the stars. Just sit back and know that he is God. No matter what you're going through, God is there. Make sure you just hold on and know that I am God. You ain't got to go to the left. You ain't got to go to the right. Just stand still and know that I am God. Just know that he is God. No, that wasn't what it was about. It literally was an instruction to be still in Sabbath and know the I am, who is Elohim. When it finally hit me, this is that day Yahweh has made. I could no longer sing that song in any Bible study. I could no longer sing it at any choir rehearsal. I could no longer sing it at any revival just because we coming together. It's not this day. Yes, did he make days 1 through 7? Absolutely. But the Sabbath day is what this song is about. Not your Sunday service, not your special convention, not your prophetic miracle outpour and healing deliverance service, not your back to school prayer service, not your in the streets with your bullhorn service, just singing it arbitrarily. And when it hits you, it hits you. It's like, oh, what are we doing? And all you can do is be like, we did that for that. We see a lot of times, can y'all help me with this one? In Christendom, we do 1, 2, 3.
Way
Too much.
We just do way too much. Way too much. And on little information. Or preconceived ideology of someone's commentary. Because we never read the writ. We carry a Bible, but we never read the writ. We quote the Bible, but we never read the writ. Yeah. All right. I hope that helps. So if you want to be able to know how to do that, whenever you are, look, if you want to know culture, and Elder Rogers was talking about, we don't know culture. It's not as difficult as you think it is. And you don't have to know how to speak Hebrew and get yourself a Hebrew rabbi to teach you the Hebrew words. You can learn Hebrew by Rosetta Stone. You can learn Hebrew in a myriad of different places. But the best way to learn the biblical Hebrew is to use the concordance. I promise you, Strong's, I vet them. I vouch for them. Young's concordances in and for the King James Version of the Bible. I can speak that. I can't necessarily speak to all the others, but definitely for the King James Version of the Bible, those concordances, they hit smack on. I used to use Vines and I do use my my lexicons, and they help to vet and prove those points. But that concordance for Strong's and Young's regarding the KJV version of the Bible, both for the Greek and for the Hebrew, are very good. And once you finally start using a concordance, you see just how weak the Greek side is. And you're like, oh, that's not cool. But if you're just not reading the Old Testament and you got a concordance and you want to make people think that you don't mean to, but it appears that you are authoritative when you're able to say, and so we take our text from John 2:6, and in the Greek, this word here means And the abalabalabalabadu from the Greek extends into the dynamics of his expansive reach into the mental capacities that we have spiritually that have never been literally ascertained as end users of his grace.
What you say now?
Exactly. But it sound lofty. Maybe I should know this. Am I just stupid? Because he said a lot of words that are in the dictionary. Did he thread them together, right? I don't know, but the Greek, I don't know the Greek. And you understand that you got to know the writ for itself. Sorry to be joking around with you guys. Some of y'all got offended by that and left the room. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try to stay on task today. Yeah, Tracy, that is the way too much for me too. But that's what gets done. And then if you don't have your own concordance, you need to get a concordance when you actually prepare, particularly those of you who are teachers. We have a lot of leaders here, a lot of speakers here, a lot of preachers, evangelists, and prophets and teachers here. When you go to speak before people, please make sure you have searched the concordance on the words you are presenting and the text you are presenting. Search the word's definitions. Don't just say, I looked up this word and the first thing I saw was that, and that's what it was. Go down the entire list of definitions. You will be surprised what you see. Okay? You'll be surprised at what you see, and it will bring you into compliance with his will, and you will be a better presenter of his word. And you'll realize this ain't about me at all. Because when you start looking at these definitions, they start convicting you. You start becoming first fruit. You start becoming first partakers of that same fruit you're about to give out. And you're like, oh, wow, I didn't get this. Oh, wow, I didn't know this. Oh, wow. And now you have the passion to share with the people, and Elohim can be glorified, and not you, not your suit, not your laced out sweat towel, not your bouffant hair and your new Louboutin shoes. None of that will stand out. You won't even want to have anything that distracts from this meat right here. This is grand in itself. Let that aroma come forth and the people glean from it. That's what the concordance will put you on the path to do. If you're trying to put people on the path to be still and know Yahweh our Elohim. Important. Everybody should have a concordance and use it. It should not be a paperweight. It should not be a dust collector in your chariot. It should not be in your bookshelf, just sitting there. Use it. I promise you, it'll bring you to a place personally that you can express publicly to the masses you may be given opportunity to speak with. But you're not doing it that way so you can be, I'm not coming for this company, but, you know, people are today trying to be on circuits like Toastmasters and all these other gurus platforms to be encouragers and coaches and all of that. I was on that path and I was doing really well. I just stopped it because preparing a sermon became convicted that I'm doing this for me to have a bigger name, using his name to make my name big. Because the more I broke down these words and the more I broke down these intentions, the more I realized I'm being pretentious. And that was my Sabbath conviction that changed the trajectory and the presentations that I give to this very day. If I wanted to continue doing it, I'm positive I would be very well known because I could play the game. I know all the cues, all the hints, all the notes, all the things, all the inflections. I know it all. And I just want you to know Elohim. So get your concordances. If you want to be effective in ministry, first off, don't try to be effective in ministry. Be effective in life about his word. That is a ministry. Matter of fact, the ministry he wanted. Messiah never, ever came on the earth to grab the platform of the high priest. Adam was never instructed to go and preach to all the world the saving grace of Elohim. He was put on the earth to till the ground. Noah was not put on the earth to go and preach to everybody. As a matter of fact, it was strange because when Noah was building the ark, people thought it was a platform and an altar, or I should say a preaching post, a pulpit for him. It wasn't a pulpit for him. He was working on an ark. They stopped by and asked, "What you doing?" He answered the question, "Oh, you goofy. Something wrong with you." He wasn't putting up a Bible study every Wednesday. He was building an ark. He wasn't putting up a Sunday service. Y'all join me in the ark every Sunday at 10 a.m. Or y'all join me every Thursday for Bible study and every Tuesday for fasting service. Noah wasn't building a pulpit. Noah was building an ark. He was living this every day, and he answered questions along the way. Does that make sense to anybody? Does that appall you? Because if you're not living it with your mistakes and your victories, then your ministry is suspect, because your ministry is one dimension, and that one dimension is you, and you're using Elohim to make you great. The problem is you fail to realize by not sitting with him in Sabbath that he already made you great. Yeah, I look to make that a reel one day. And it is so quiet. I think I'm going to go back on my sabbatical and just chill out, not be heard from for a while. Let y'all keep studying. All right.
And why you want to do that?
It's quiet up here. I can't tell what y'all thinking, whether y'all being blessed or favored or edified. Right, Tracy.
We're being blessed.
He already made you great. But we don't know that, because what we see as a comparison to those who have supposed ministries, we see bright lights, we see big buildings, we don't see the big debt, we don't see the big, the secret society. We don't see all of that. But at the end of the day, we think by comparisonitis that that's major ministry, that's pleasing ministry to the Father, and we gravitate to it because it's convenient. There's already a cookie cut program. I could jump in, fill in some blanks here, and be effective in ministry. And most people think that when you come into a ministry that you got to be doing something. The only thing you're supposed to be doing when you come into a fellowship of believers is live what you believe. We've been made to think that we got to get up and be the usher and get up and be the minister and get up and be the aspiring deacon who's aspiring to be the next pastor in the next 10 years, and then aspire to go to school so I can say to my community, I made it out of the doldrums of my neighborhood, and now I'm here sitting up. Look what God can do for me. He did it for me. He'll do it for you. That is not why you get saved. That is not why you do ministry. Ministry isn't something that you should actually put a label on. It is something that you wake up and do every morning. And it's based on how you know the writ you've been given and sit with him in the days he has made. So,
Regina.
That being said, there is just so much to know. Tomorrow, for some of you that before y'all go to bed on me in the UK, if you already haven't, tomorrow we'll be here to talk about Shavuot, Pentecost. I wanted to do something. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong for it. Technically, I'm out of my Sabbath. And I know West Coast is still in theirs, but I just had this, for the last couple of weeks, I've had this sermon in my mind. And y'all want to know the title of this sermon? I already have it prepared. I just thought I might use this title for it. But then something happened in the world of media and news that I don't know if it'll work, but if I share it with y'all, would y'all give me some feedback?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think y'all ready for it though. I don't think y'all ready to hear this one. We might lose another 15 people on view. All right, well, here it go. I'm gonna give it to y'all. Did he do it? Okay.
All right.
They not ready. I told you, just 2 people caught that. It's okay. Yahweh be praised. I'll teach it another year. Give it some time. Too soon? Is that too soon? But did he do it? Did he do Christmas?
Oh yeah.
Did he do Easter?
No, he didn't.
No.
Did he do Mother's Day?
No.
Nope. No.
Did he do it? Won't he will?
Let's go.
Yeah. Did y'all get that? Won't he will? But did he do it? Won't he will? Yes, he will. Did he do it? What did he do? What are we doing? Did he do it? What we did? Did he do what we do? Did he do it?
No, he did.
He did what his father did.
The longer you let it sit there, it sinks in deeper. Okay, we're gonna move on. Simone, bless it. You trying to tell me no, don't do it? Okay, all right, cool. Hey, Stacy, good to see you. All right. I think Brother Eugene had a question first. What you got, bro?
Shabbat shalom. I have a comment.
All right.
Okay. So I always believe that truth needs confirmation, but I think I've learned something different today. I don't think it needs confirmation, but I now believe that it needs verification. Example, when you talked about the thing is from 2 different chapters and scriptures, and then showed us what the definition is and how it was loaded with words as opposed to another one. I'm like, man, look at all of that. So verification is how then we know exactly where to go based on how you brought forth that story. How one story, yet for all I've heard throughout church, is that was the reason why Moses went into the desert. That's how it was preached. And
because he killed the Egyptian.
Correct.
Which makes no sense when you know the culture. Correct. Go ahead.
Right. So then here it is. I'm like, man, imagine this, what you're saying, and then you showed us where this is coming from according to culture. And also I see storyline as well. So it's verification for me. And I promise you, and this will be my last piece to this, there has been other definitions that I have seen in the concordance. And so a bevy of words and be like, man, you got to be kidding me. Felt like I just wanted to close up the book. I didn't want to go through all of that. Only to have been frustrated, which drove me back to, I got to find this out. I got to know this thing, what it's all about. And there was a reward for me for sticking it out. Mm-hmm. So this is my share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing it. And that is a Yahweh be praised. And that is a true thing. And hug Lady K for me, please. Please let her know we're thinking about her, saying shalom to her.
Yes,
but
sir.
Also, it is true because you get the reward, and anything that brings revelation will not come without tribulation. Tribulation don't mean necessarily it's like some bad thing. Like it can be just a long time coming. Just exhausted, searching through it, and don't seem like I'm never going to get to the end of it. I got this whole list to go through. Oh my God, I don't have time. And that can be tribulation, right? But you don't get no revelation without tribulation. And that's why when I see people who ain't lived quarter of life popping up with all these revelations, and you ain't Messiah, who I expect is the living word. Okay, he can blow the mind of doctors, but when you popping up with all these revelations, and then I can vet them, they make no sense. They're just cute phrases you heard from your mentors and or now your coaches. It can be frustrating. And then they're using all these words, and people can use words like I did earlier with y'all. I use all those words, and by the time I got done speaking, what were we talking about? Now, because I know where I'm trying to go, I know I've got you left in la la land. You don't know if you're missing a point or not. And then I come back and say, see, this is connected to this. You're like, okay, if you say so, because you don't know, right? So going through those definitions to find context to the content is a reward to the liver of this life, the believer of this life, the person attempting compliance. And don't think because you want to comply, you will always meet that goal. There are situations where you could miss it, even though you're trying to hit it rightly. You still could miss it. But the point is, your search and your perseverance and your trial through the fire will pay you greater rewards and dividends. It's like trying to build a house. And though you got a hammer, you got a glove, you still can bang your nail on your thumb and hurt your thumb. But you're not going to stop building. You're going to go get that thumb repaired, ice it up, put some bandages on it, give it some salve, maybe take it to the doctor to see if there's any bones broken. But you're going to keep building a house. And those are the types of things that we got to pay attention to while we're trying to be ministry leaders, because there's so much pretense, man, out there. Stay close to the word, y'all. Just stay in seventh day. Stay in him on the Sabbath. Let him pull out of you what you don't know is in you. Because in certain venues and arenas, we get to these places and then they give us comparisonitis. You're going to be like this. You're going to be like that. You're going to be like this. And now that word is planted in your head and you think you're going to be the next prophet. You think you're going to be the next great teacher. You're going to be the next great speaker at TED or speaker at these main ministries because you got connections. Your dad or your cousins got ministries and you get connected with them, get on their circuit. And then y'all can start rolling. And next thing you know, your name is in lights. You're getting all these reels. You're getting all this attention. You're getting all these views, and now you're in demand all over the place. Dear heart, believe me when I tell you that is not ministry. That is man on stream. I'm gonna say it again. That is not ministry. That is man on stream. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving because I'm talking better than y'all saying amen. But Evie, Ray, you right. I'm doing too much. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna back down. Okay, moderators, who was after Eugene? Moderators, who's after Eugene? Was it Regina?
I believe so.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Regina.
So the question I had, Apostle, was when we're in Sabbath, we're really studying Yahweh's word and we're listening. And I want to say, one, I appreciate what you said in regards to Sabbath is allowing Yahweh to get out of us what's in us. So I'm going to really focus more intentionally with that in mind as I continue to really appreciate and enjoy Sabbath. The second point I had, or the real question is, what happens as you're nearing the end of Sabbath but things start to click? You know, like I've been reading, been coming in to study, been, reading the different verses that really connect to Sabbath. And then just when Sabbath is about to finish, at least time-wise, all of a sudden, things start clicking, like it's like, oh snap, right. That's what I need to do for the week. Or that's the better way to handle the situation. I don't exactly want to stop what's flowing in because the time was up, like the 24 hours is finished. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. Actually, I'm laughing because remember when everybody talks about fasting, when Moshe would fast for 40 days, Yeshua would fast for 40 days. You all remember that?
Yes.
And what most people don't recall is that when he would start his fasts, it would usually be around a seventh day or a Moedim. And so your question is, which I love, what do I do when near the end of the Sabbath day, it starts to click? Here is what I end up doing. One, remember that a Sabbath is a fast because you are fasting from the world so that he can show you everything in you positively and negatively. He can show you what you've drunk in and fed in and eye, nose, ear gate, mouth gate into your soul that is causing mold, mildew, contamination, infirmity, self-infliction pain. And then what he planted in you that you didn't know was designed to aid you later, he can bring those things out. So it works on both sides. But the issue is what happens when at the end of that time of the Sabbath, and it's like I'm at the 24th, I'm the 23rd and a half hour, and now it starts to click. What do I do? Okay, I got to stop because Sabbath is over. Keep going. That's how Messiah and Moshe ended up on them 40-day fast, because once it starts to click, don't stop that motor. Yahweh is telling you, come, stay with me for a little while. Yeah, but I got to go to work now. I know that, but now you're getting it. And that's the thing. So for me, I used to get in trouble because before I understood what I'm telling you right now, Regina, I would literally, and my wife at that time would get mad at me because I would be in my time of study, and we got computers now. Back then, I had books, Bibles, translations, concordances, and all kind of the whole bed. And I always slept in a king size bed, right? There wasn't a spot to lay. Okay. Or when I got my desk, that's why they were glad when I got my office in the office, and all of my books would be in the bookshelf, and I'd have a nice big, you around me so I could just spin my chair and keep looking at different books and whatnot, right? But when it gets good, I hate stopping. That's why these last couple of weeks, some of y'all haven't seen me on these studies that I prefer to do with you all, because he's dealing with me. And I'm like, oh, this is good. I love y'all, but I can't stop this right now. I can't even help y'all or be a good aid with y'all unless I'm studying. And I'm getting it. I'm when you're getting it, don't stop. Don't let the parameters of 24 hours become so rigid that you don't keep. There it is, Tangelia. Keep going. Great. You jump right in on time. Keep going. That's how Yeshua ended up on a 40-day fast. That's how Moshe ended up on a 40-day fast. When he would go up into to see the tree, it would just start getting good. He started getting it before you realize it. Time has flown. Time flies when you are having fun. And fun is not you being at the carnival. Fun is when you are knowing you're being enriched, you're being empowered, you're being heard, you're being understood, and you're understanding. That is fun. That is why the Bible says, this is the day Yahweh has made. I have a will to be re-strengthened. And in being re-strengthened, I will be glad, because I'm having fun understanding what weakened me. I'm having fun rebuilding the muscles that exhausted. I'm having fun learning how to properly spiritually hydrate and protein my body for sufficiency and sustainability. And when I'm done with that, I'm happy about it. And if I'm doing it right, I don't want to stop, because it feels good to be this strong before I got to go out here and use it on the world and deplete some of it. That is what Sabbath is really, truly all about. I hope that made sense to somebody.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Apostle.
That was like so anticlimactic. Yeah, you did all that talking. Was you in the Greek again, sir? Because it was.
I'm taking it in. I'm just really, I need that, because I really did. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. So like Tangelia said on Facebook, keep going. I recommend it to anybody. Keep going. They already know you down for 24 hours, right? And if Yahweh ain't let you up, if he has not released you, do not come out of it. Because if you're just getting it and you cut it off right there saying, oh, I'll come back and get it later. You got to start that whole process over. You leaned in such a way that you had Ruach HaKodesh reminding you of the writ. You had Adonai propagating the writ to you. You had Yahweh planning new things for you architecturally, and you're getting his plan. Now you're understanding, you know his plans towards you, plans of good, not of evil, to give you an expected end. And then you stop because, oh, time to go. I've learned not to do that, because I would almost stop to come on the broadcast on Sabbath and start teaching you. And you'll be like, oh, I'll come back to this later. No, you won't. No, you won't. And if you like me, you know, there was a post earlier this week that says, I remember somebody says that they'll never forget me. I just can't remember who it was that said it.
Really?
Yeah, they get that? Okay. All right. I know somebody said they'll never forget me. I just don't know who it was. I can't remember who it was right now. Because you won't remember it. Now, Ruach can bring it back to you, but when you have that percolating like that, man, stay in there. Stay in there until there is just inevitably no way you can stay there. Just stay there. I promise you, you will come out, like Brother Eugene says, you will come out with such a benefit in your life. I know for me, because there's times when I might not even go on broadcast. I'm like, this is too good. If I stop now, I won't remember this. I'm sure they'll understand. We'll do something else later. And I'm still typing, studying, and writing, and putting it together, and stitching, and threading, and making, and cooking, and blending, and flipping, and flopping. I'll be, man, yeah. Don't come out. If he got you like that, man, stay in. If it starts clicking at the last minute, ride that train till he stops it.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Right, Tracy says, you will lose it. Stay there. Yeah. All right, everybody. It's been a joy chatting with you guys. I came on and we did what we came to do. And we picked up and learned. So y'all guys learned about the thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So this thing ain't that thing.
This thing ain't that thing.
This thing ain't that thing.
No, it ain't.
Don't get it twisted. This thing ain't that thing.
Apostle, can I share something that just hit me in a different way?
Sure, I love that. Yes, please enlighten.
Right. While I was working, I really didn't watch a lot of TV and movies and stuff such as that.
Oh, you was a Christian? You thought you wasn't saved because you watched a cartoon or TV or something?
No,
I'm just messing with you.
Working on it. That's what that was
Oh,
about.
okay. Make that money. Get that money.
So, and sometimes I find myself so engrossed in a movie or a program that I just don't want to turn it off. I just don't want to go to bed. I just don't want to lose that moment. So now it will cause me to binge watch if I'm not careful. So if that's the case, then when in Sabbath, Yahweh is feeling, Ruach is, bringing up, and I'm in the moment and so forth and so on, just because I may happen to look at the clock on the wall, or it may come that, hey, Sabbath is over. Okay, time to go to bed, time to start. No. If things of television or whatnot, secular entertainment, can keep me so engrossed, captivated, cannot he captivate me? Can I not allow myself to be captivated to the same degree, or if not even more? So that's just what came to my mind. And with that, I'm going to yield.
No, I mean, that's a really good thought. And everybody needs to understand it, because if he can't captivate you, that's why I tell everybody, if you go to church and you're there because of the smokes and the pyrotechnics, if you're there because of all of that, and if you can't be, if the word can't keep you, I can't help you. And ain't no programming we can have that can help you. And that's an important, very important thing to pay attention to. So can he not enthrall me to keep me? If the latest movie about Mad Max is out and that can keep my attention for 3.5 hours and have me sitting there salivating, why can't the word? Is that what you're saying, Elder Rogers?
That's what I'm saying. Knowing I've got to get up early in the morning, knowing that I have something else that's more beneficial, because after all, those actors and actresses and all that kind of, they've gotten theirs. I need to do what I need to do to benefit me. And if I don't see it that way, then I'm just going to go ahead with the flow of the flesh and miss out what Elohim would have for my life.
Thanks for that share. All right.
Thank you.
Yahweh be praised.
Brenda Deadweller. Moderators, is Brenda trying to get on cue? I just happened to go into the chat 10 minutes ago. Brenda, are you there? Brenda, oh man, did she leave? Brenda, just come off your microphone.
Okay, I was talking, and I had the red bar, and it, I guess, shut me down. Anyway, this has been so great, and what I've been getting out of all the teachings, and especially this one for some reason, is like Yahweh is revealing, Elohim is revealing to redeem, and I just had to come off my mic to say that with all of this, getting my understanding, he is revealing and showing me why we are redeemed, and I yield my mic. Thank you for allowing me to come up and share that.
You're welcome. Anytime, come in, just come off your microphone, say your name. Our moderators will put you in queue. Just say your name, even if I'm talking. We know what you're doing. Say your name. We don't want your thought, question not to be aired, because that's what benefits the community at large and best. I love what you said, because it fits in line with everything that Sabbath does. When you sit in Sabbath, there is something about, can I say this again? Yahweh, when he made days 1 through 6, he blessed certain things in the days. But when he made day 7, he literally blessed the whole day, not a thing in the day. He blessed the day, because that's where he wants to bring, as Brenda's stating, revelation. He wants to reveal your purpose. He wants to reveal, unearth what's in you you're not aware of, for your benefit, so you can please me, as he would say, and reveal what you've allowed to attach to you that you need to get rid of. He'll shine that light on you. Sabbath is the day that is the most highest probability of having you revealed positively and negatively to you by his word. Don't let it go. Don't stop it. Let it continue moving. Let it continue building. And it is a reveal of everything in your world when you give yourself to Sabbath. And it's personal. It ain't going to be because somebody is preaching or somebody is talking. It's going to be based on his word being recited, his word being dug up, his word being, as we say, exegeted. All right. And that word will speak to you in your situation and still speak to somebody else in a completely different situation. Both of you come out, or all of you come out, having him personally talk to each of us. That's the beautiful thing, Brenda. And I'm with you 100%. So glad that has been the sentiment of your day in this time of study with us as well. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So it's the word that does it. Anyone else before we get off of here?
Chrysler.
Hey there, Miss Chrysler.
Okay, this is kind of taking us back to the thing, but I wanted to know, you answered it earlier that it was kind of hidden that Moses was a Hebrew. We didn't necessarily know too much, but did he know that Aaron was his brother? Only because in Exodus chapter 4, verse 14, Yahweh is appointing Aaron as a spokesperson. Mm-hmm. When Moses kept doubting himself, feeling like he was inadequate, he said, "Isn't Aaron the Levite your brother?" So I know he asked that question because he knew the answer, but does this show that Moses knew?
No.
That
understand this, and everybody needs to know this. It's a very good question. I'm glad you brought that particular passage up. In Hebrew, one of the things that they do is they make a statement by asking a question. So when Yahweh asked, "Isn't Aaron the Hebrew your brother?" He's not asking Moshe if he knows it. the question is telling Moshe, Aaron's your brother, and he's on his way. So over the 40 years, is it possible that Moshe could have gotten, because he left Egypt, and these things really don't have to do with our salvation, but they do speak to our desire to understand the culture of how things operate, so that when the plan and process and conversation about salvation happens for us, we can in fact have a better ascension into that reveal. So when there's a famous game show in America, it may be global, and that game show is called Jeopardy. And in that game show, they give you these questions. So in order for you to answer the question in a statement, you have to answer the question with a question. So you asking the question isn't really a question, you're making a statement. That is because the way that they train in what we call Bet Safars, which are schools of the beginning, and Bet Midrash, which are middle school, as we would know that in the UK, maybe in the United States. And so in those schools of learning, in Bet Safar, a Hebrew child, Israeli child, Jewish child, at least back in that day, some things have changed today, that they would actually be 4 years in Bet Safar, School of Beginnings, learning the Torah front to back and able to quote on demand when asked. The next 4 years, they're learning the Torah backwards to front and able to quote it on demand backwards. And in this process, the teaching within Israel and a lot of the rabbis, in order for you to know an answer, you couldn't just give the answer. You had to give the answer in a multiplicity of questions. A simple example would be 7 plus 3 equals what? Now, Americans would say 10. Yes, I got the answer. That's right. No, they couldn't answer like that. They would have to answer, what is 4 plus 6? What is 2 times 5? What is 2 divided 20 divided by 2? You get what I'm saying? So a question in Torah does not mean a question always. And when Yahweh in this instance is saying to him, is not Aaron your brother? He's telling Moshe, Aaron's your brother. He's on his way up here. You can't talk. You mumbling, you stuttering and stuff. Okay, fine. I'm sending your brother Aaron to meet you. Now, this is what Moshe knows. Is it possible Moshe could have known who Aaron was? It is possible, but it is most likely, based on the writ and how it explains it to us, that they had to keep what they had kept from Moshe. And when it all leaked out that Moshe was this, and maybe he had an inquiry and went and found Yoshabel if she was alive, Amram if he was alive, or Miriam while she was alive, and say, hey, is this true? Or his mother, i.e. Pharaoh's daughter, is this true? Am I a Hebrew? Is that why I'm doing all this stuff? Why didn't y'all tell me? He's upset. Pharaoh's upset. Everybody's discombobulated. Emotions are everywhere. Pharaoh's like, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill everything. And he's like, well, let me get out of here because I know his anger. I've been around him long enough. I ain't trying to fight this. I didn't know this. Does he go and find his lineage? I don't know. I believe, based on my studies, that when he meets Aaron, Aaron brings him up to speed. When Aaron comes to get him in Midian, he brings him up to speed on the journey back to Egypt. Now, Moshe knows the culture. He knows the people. Mind you, he's been in Midian for 40 years. So he's developing his own family. Ain't much of a connection for him back into Egypt. He doesn't expect to ever go back to Egypt based on what the writ leaves us in the writings. This is why when people get too caught up in these kind of issues, you got to remember Deuteronomy 29:29. The secret things belong to Elohim. So if it's not in the text and there is no direct breadcrumb trail to it, don't get so overcaught in it, because now you start doing what Paul says, fighting over vain questions and information that has nothing to do with your salvation. If it's something that can add reveal to your mind, to a subject matter, help to unearth some stuff, that's cool too. But even with that, we don't want to get overly caught up in, oh, they did this, or oh, they doing that, or oh, that was this and this, that. No. Deuteronomy 29:29. If it's not in the writ, the secret things belong to Elohim. He gives us what we need in that process of reveal and revelation. Stick to that, learn that, go with that. Otherwise, next thing you know, we're fighting over, well, was it a mandrake or was it a drake man? Was it a kumquat or was it an actual cherry? What really, and that's when we get petty, and Paul talks about that in the Brit Hadessa. So to your point and question, Chrisla, which that was just extra I gave you on that, not to do with salvation piece, is that I do not believe Moshe knew emphatically his people. I could concede, if we had more information, that the probability of him being told about them would be limited, because they did all this to protect him. To leave him with plausible deniability is the wisest thing. So since we don't have a direct piece there, I can't say he knew Aaron was his brother until he meets Aaron. And the question that Yahweh posed to Moshe wasn't a question, it was an actual statement, as we can prove through the writ, through other questions that have been given by Yahweh to the people and by other people to people, because certain questions are actual statements. Does that help, Kristen?
Yes, it does.
Cool. You sound like that was disappointing of an answer. It's like, I was expecting something deeper, Mr. Apostle Man.
No, it's good. You was like, what I got the answer, but you sprinkled, you doing way too much. That's what I got.
I sprinkled you doing way too much?
Just a little bit, like
no,
like it was not important facts,
no.
It's not.
All right, let me clear that for you. Whenever a question comes on the platform, because it's never about you, even your question isn't about you. And when you ask a question, there are other people who have that question too. They just don't have the energy to ask or the boldness to ask. So as a teacher in this kind of a capacity with this type of an audience, when Ruach brings things to mind, I have to place them out there with this question to make that explanation cover broader than you. So right. It wasn't you doing too much or sprinkling that, but because of other conversations and other denominations that are viewing, other perspectives that are viewing, those questions can come up and never be spoken. So Ruach shares what we need to put out to help answer questions, inner questions, and it might not be another question you had, but it will help you. But that wasn't what I was sprinkling. If I'd have told you doing too much, I'd be like, Chrisla, you hear I talk, you hear how I deal with Elder Rogers. I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem telling you country, you doing too much. Take the microphone, mute her.
I'm doing too much.
Too much, way. All right, good thing country music coming in style, Elder Rogers, because your countryness is just taking off on a whole new plane.
You know what?
All right, everybody. Krista, great question. All the great questions you guys have given. I hope that everybody's been edified and looking forward to moving into another day. Listen, The 11th of June is on us. You are going to be coming into a time. I'll have some new tiles for you to indicate the feasts and how they are to be broken down, what the lambs are, what the actual bread looks like, how that is to be done. My existing tiles don't have that, but I'll have them very, very soon. So tomorrow I'll be teaching on, I believe, again, Pesach to Shavuot, but more importantly, the significance of it. So tune in tomorrow, Darash Kingdom Ministries, right here on YouTube and on your Facebook, VWJ Ministries. Clubhouse, not sure if I'm going to be on Clubhouse tomorrow. I do let Clubhouse be for the Sabbath teaching sometimes and the, what's those things called? Proceeding word. So you want to tune in to those as well. Most of the technical glitches with StreamYard have been resolved, and we should see you guys quite fine until we can find a better replacement for this particular platform and programming. We look forward to teaching you because you don't want to miss tomorrow. I promise you don't. If you're a citizen of the kingdom of Darash Kingdom Ministries, you don't want to miss tomorrow's teaching. Whether you got to get an archive or however you do it, you want to tune in. You want to hear that message from tomorrow regarding Pesach to Shavuot, liberation and freedom, and what it all means. How important really is it? So I want you to tune in. Get ready for it because we got to be ready for it. You should be off on Sivan 6, which is June 11 at sundown until June 12 at sundown. You're going to be bringing 2 lambs. You're going to be bringing 2 loaves. All right. We'll break that down tomorrow. We'll give you tiles so you can see the picture of it. It makes sense. Better pictures. Better. It makes better sense when you see the pictures because people are caught and moved by what they see. We're going to back it up with what they hear as well. So hope that you tune in. If not, catch it on archives. And those of you who are citizens of the Darash Kingdom Ministries, be here, be on time. We'll be there at around 10:30 a.m. in the morning, barring any other technical glitches. We should be good. I'll try to make sure that everything starts on time so you can have the rest of your day free to yourself. All right. So remember, we'll see you tomorrow. This is yours truly, Apostle B.W. Jones. I love you to life eternal. Yahweh loves you more than I do, and that's even greater. But there is nothing you can do about the love I have for you. Even if you don't love me, I'm going to love you enough to teach you truth, share with you vettedly all things that are Torah and Bible. Love you to life eternal. May he continue to empower you, bless you, and embrace as you will his word on Sabbath for the revelation power of his dynamic word. Well, everybody, we'll chat with you soon. Yahweh bless you and keep you is our earnest prayer.
Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision. Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision.
May Yahweh bless you and keep you. May Yahweh make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift his countenance upon you and grant you all 13 attributes of his shalom. This we pray in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen.